an agency.
Yeah.
But I've heard from a lot of people in the community that would not be the right model for CVI because there needs to be some separation between the government and the people on the ground doing this work, which is why we've adopted a grant process. So that's one of the challenges that we're trying to divide. How do we get the money to where it needs to go into the community, but do so in a way that is supporting that work within the confines that we have with the anti-deficiency statute?
To an extent, you're almost talking about, I'll call it a reset, because what you're describing is what Councilmember McDuffie was thinking when he presented the NEAR Act. One's was to be an independent agency. It was supposed to be an independent agency with grant-making authority, and all of this was supposed to be done in-house. It's my understanding, if that was the route we would take, I'm certain that the community would have more trust in the process. We would be more clear that the decisions that are being made in terms of where dollars go aren't political. And I think that that would really help us to get where we are. So I use the word reset, but to an extent, we have to go back and look at the original intent of the office. That would be a large portion of my answer there.
Thank you. Anyone else have thoughts about the current status of the grant disbursement and how that's going? I know you mentioned, 27 different neighborhoods being served, but seeing from the perspective of folks in the community, how are those monies going out the door and where are we failing?
I can offer just a brief comment about that. From my perspective, we're often in the situation of having to support families who have just experienced the most tragic day in their lives. And from my perspective, the ONE's office is severely hamstringed in terms of being able to provide housing relocation support. I know that because there are many situations in which I've had to call my pastoral colleagues to figure out how to scrape money together to put families into Airbnbs or hotels. Number one, because the current housing that's offered is in itself almost putting families in another traumatic situation for 30 days to then be sent back to the neighborhood where many of our families have either lost or had multiple family members shot. And I know that there's a direct correlation between the ONE's office's ability to help provide relocation assistance and the fact that its budget was cut. Right. So if it went from having about $400,000 to take care of housing to having none, then that's why they're coming to Pastor Golston, right? To figure out how churches who are already under-resourced in many instances to come together and figure out how to house families. The other piece that I would offer, it has to relate to the disbursement, the timely disbursement of funds, because how are you going to tell somebody that they need to put their gun down after they've come through a program? We've got a great job for you. We believe in you as a credible messenger, and we're not even able to pay you on time. So when I could go back to the corner where I've told you that I've turned my life around, but I have pulls on me. I have responsibilities. I have family. I have kids to take care of, just like you do. I have a family. I have responsibilities, obligations I have to take care of. But we've got executive directors who are funded through the ONE's office. We got executive directors that are funded through CURE. Let's be honest, who have had to come out of pocket to cover their bills. And so they're out here hustling, trying to make sure that these guys and ladies are actually paid on time because they know the circumstances that they're actually facing. So what I see, I'm not a financial expert, but what I can see is that there's clearly a procurement problem in terms of how quickly resources are actually hitting the streets. Y'all think that when the grant is dispersed, it's being dispersed. And guess what? When we get the phone calls as a religious organization, as a church, we're having to give grants to organizations that receive funds from the WAD's office because they're late with disbursement. Okay, so if we're going to have a conversation about accountability, that conversation kind of has to happen on all sides, right? So I don't know what the problem is there, but I do know it sounds to me that at least as it relates to housing, that's a clear funding issue. Now, as it relates to disbursement, that sounds like that's some type of a contracting or procurement issue. And I don't know what the answer is there, but I can tell you that we are seeing the delays and the impact of those delays have real consequences with families who are having the worst day of their lives, but it also has a significant impact on shooters, on people who are, we call tier one individuals who are trying to turn their life around. So if this is going to work, it actually has to work. And that's why I really talk about business being an important partner, because look around, there are cranes everywhere. There's money everywhere in this city, right? I'm not one who believes that government is the only answer, but I do believe that government can provide critical leadership that brings people together. And I don't see that happening in the ways that I think are efficient and effective.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to turn to my colleague in a moment, but I do want to ask you, Mr. Mermet, and thank you so much for being here and for mentioning your tragic loss of your son, Tom. We think of him often in this work and know how important it is in his memory and that terrible anniversary coming up soon. I want to ask you about training that you all are providing at Peace for DC, because as we think about ways to move forward, and we wrote about this at our committee report, we were hoping to see more steps in this direction in the last 6 months. The model that you all are providing for training for this work, I think, is a really important one to try to expand so that everybody is kind of starting at the same baseline. And then we can get into the important consistencies around pay and benefits and follow-up resources. But to me, training is like one of the first steps that we should be doing. And so can you expand a little bit about the program that you're providing with Peace for DC and from your perspective, its scalability?
Well, from my perspective, the training and a peace academy was one of these glaring missing pieces in our city. And it was really through studying other places and what they've done to have homicide rates a fraction of ours, like Los Angeles, that we, didn't replicate, but we drew on Urban Peace Institute in LA. It's a 144-hour curriculum over 13 weeks. It is just one of those things that what can I do? I mean, I was born here, son born here, son died here. What can I do? And like Pastor Golson says, it has to be an all of us solution. And so for me, it's knocking on every door and trying to get people to engage with community violence prevention and intervention in the same way that philanthropy and business engages in housing, hunger. We are all in it together. The academy is a core piece. It's not just training, but it's healing. And that healing of trauma, generational, systemic, state trauma is just as critical. But we have to go beyond that. And we talked about a system, an independent system that's out of the news cycle, out of the political cycle, but also requires the people who sign the contracts to participate weekly, monthly with one another to get provided the technical assistance. If they're a nonprofit, to truly have a nonprofit board. The danger and what we've seen and it hurts all of us in the city is how much of the money is actually getting out to the ground game on the streets. So training everybody who's an outreach worker or a VI should get trained before they're on the job. Like, we can get to that. And it's free to the city. We're training people who work for the city right now. We're training people who work for the hospitals. But we all have to see more partnership from the city. Mm-hmm. I don't know that the city should be at the head of the table, because we should all be at the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to these witnesses. This has been a really meaty panel. Pastor Golston, I found myself sort of like clapping along with you when you were talking here. I don't know how this program ran off the rails the way it has. I mean, it had so much promise when we first passed it. Mm-hmm. And I think it was your point, although it could have been you, Mr. Canty, that just the mayor just never funded it like she cared. And one of the conversation that we're having here, I will get to some questions, but Mr. Ellis was talking about the funding predictability. So it's been my experience as council member that if somebody believes in a program, then they find recurring funds for it, as opposed to the one-time money. That's the money that would otherwise fall to the bottom line for the next fiscal year, but that they can't predict. You can't predict that it's going to be there year after year. So you can't give that promise to a grantee.
Mhm.
And we don't have recurring funds at the level that we need for these programs. We never have. And to me, that's been a signal. And then by the time the budget comes to us, we're scrapping, so sometimes we throw recurring funds at something to keep it alive. But the mayor's the one that sets the first mark on that budget. And so to hear what you're talking about, the people that y'all are working with on the ground and the way they're feeling, that's just not how it should be. So thank you
Absolutely.
for bringing those voices to your testimony today. In Ward 1, where I serve, for a long time, we had one incumbent for the ONES program, and that was Collaborative Solutions. That was the contract. And because they'd been in the community a really long time, doing all the stuff anyway, before the NEAR Act was passed. But they got so fed up with the bureaucracy that they walked from that very lucrative contract. Which is how we ended up with Life Deeds in Ward 1. And now we actually have a cure team as well. And so it's been really informative to me to see the two teams working in almost exactly the same territory, side by side, and just the different models, which is kind of what the point was, right? Was let's set up two models and see how they work. So, I mean, I want to give you a question to answer, but where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Like, what's the first most urgent step forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I grew up on the boundary line between Wards 1 and 4. So I'm familiar with Collaborative Solutions and with their work over time. I'm very familiar with the work of Reverend Judy and that she's doing as well. And what I would say is I know for a fact that Reverend Judy is struggling also with housing relocation.
Yeah.
I mean, she's trying to get families sent to North Carolina, get families sent to out of the city so they can just calm down for a minute.
And Penny, you struggled with it before her.
Absolutely.
Everyone has, yeah.
Absolutely. So I remember when Carl Racine had to go to Pepco and Washington Gas to fundraise because he was given $300,000 to start their I remember that, I like it was yesterday. And so it's just clear to me that for whatever reason, prevention has never been a priority here.
Yeah.
In the community where I pastor, you cannot find a rec center that's open on a Sunday. The Deanwood Rec is closed on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Can we just think for a moment about what kids are supposed to do on the weekends in this city? But we have a police union that's saying that violence prevention work should be paused to study. This is not rocket science, y'all. This is figuring out how do we come together to provide for our kids as a city collectively. We have bids. We can blame parents if we want to. I heard that comment. We can blame parents if we want to. All of us are accountable. This is our city. We all live together. And so, yes, we have to make sure that parents have what they need, but we have to come together as a community to provide for each other. And the way forward is with a vision. The Bible says that without a vision, the people perish. They perish. It is so patently obvious that this city has no fundable coordinated strategic vision around prevention.
Yeah.
Prevention.
And Roger's got the plan that sits on a shelf right there. right?
Listen, we had a plan. You all asked us to come up with a plan on the Police Reform Commission. You asked David Bowers and his team to come up with the mayor tasked that commission, that gun violence prevention, with the plan. We have David Muhammad's organization, NCJCC,
That's the one.
all these letters.
I know.
They have a plan. I mean, we don't have any lack of proposals and plans in this city. What we lack is vision and implementation
Yeah.
and strategic coordination. That's what we lack. So if we're going to see a way forward, it's put the plans that we have in place, take them off the shelf, fund them, go through it, get an intern from GW, for goodness sake, get an intern from UDC, just go through the plans that we already have and say, are we funding this? Look at the NIT Act. Are we funding the hospital intervention? No. There's one person at Children's Hospital, Juana Hardy, who does all the hospital-based intervention. And if she wanted to place somebody in housing, she couldn't because she's hamstrung. If she wanted to get somebody long-term counseling, she couldn't. Show me where at Howard University Hospital. Show me where at GW, Sibley. Show me where are the council members from Ward 3 that know that they have folks that could be relocated into their ward? Why is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Where's the councilman from Ward 3? Right here in front of me. Ward 2. I'm sorry, Ward 2. I'm talking about Councilmember Furman. Why can't we relocate folks into your ward? Right? Why are we pushing all the work into Ward 7 and Ward 8? I mean, these are some of the critical, the most directly impacted people are the people that have to get out and do the work. They're the people that have to get out and then find out then house the people who need support. But you're getting calls, Councilmember Pinto, from people who have no idea what we're dealing with on a daily basis in your ward because they don't live where we live. They don't go through what we go through, and you're doing your best. I see you. You're doing your best to navigate, and I see you. You're doing your best to support this work. Now, I'm going to tell you, the NIMBYism in this city is out of control. We have business leaders that can be giving after-school placements to kids. There should be no child from the age of 12 to 18 who cannot go to a business in Ward 3 or Ward 2 or Ward 1 and get an after-school job. Why are we relying upon a government model that we already know? I mean, I studied political science in undergrad. We can't rely on government to solve all of our problems. We have to do this as a collective. We have to do it together. And then we wait for somebody like Councilmember White to fail. We wait for people to fail. So we can say, there you go. You are never going to be successful in the first place. We wait for a Marion Barry to fail. So we say, there you go. You're never going to make it in the first place.
I'm gonna have to interject because we're about double over time. And
I'm
we've got
sorry,
a lot of-
Councilman. No, she
lot
got
of
me started
witnesses.
here.
Is it
So
okay if I ask a question of a different witness?
We're doing 5-minute round.
I know, but I didn't get to talk much. Just one question.
Okay, sure, go ahead. But then the next
Okay,
round,
yep.
we're gonna have to, we've got a
Understood.
lot of people to get through. We're
Okay.
way over time.
Okay, sorry.
my apologies.
No, it's okay. It was yes, thank you. Mr. Ellis, I wanted to see if I could get some info from you on PJC, if you have any either historical knowledge or present day knowledge. It's my understanding that PJC was brought in to manage grants because of the influx of federal funds being difficult to manage by the agency. Is that right?
Yeah, really quickly. The question you asked before, people in this room are saving lives right now. So I don't want this one thing to kind of look at it as this has failed. We just got
No.
some things we got to fix. And I know you didn't say that.
Yeah.
We need a funded strategic plan and one needs a director. Just in like 1A and 1B things we need to do.
Absolutely.
Now, in terms of PLC, so the reality is when one started, our contracts, because they weren't grants, they were contracts, were being given out by the Office of Contracts and Procurement, OCP.
Sure, yeah,
The belief during that time was that that process was too slow,
uh-huh,
that it wasn't fast enough. But while it wasn't fast enough, it did check a lot of boxes.
Yeah.
Right? And therefore, there was a call to move to PLC, who was formerly working with DYRS, because now that these were going to be grants, the process could move faster. So there's going to be pluses and minuses with that, but that is the root of how we got there.
Did PLC have any specific qualifications to be administering grants?
Specific qualifications other than that they had been doing it in the city previously. They did this at DYRS, where the deputy
DYRS.
mayor, of course, came from.
Okay,
So yeah, they had a track record.
so Ones has never directly distributed grants.
Ones has never directly, and remember, we went from contracts to grants.
grants.
Yeah, we were only giving out contracts until we moved into the PLC model.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you,
Mhm.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Ditto. Thank you all very much for being here and your testimony today. We're going to call our next panel. And again, if the first person I call can sit to my right, we're going to keep moving. Finesse Graves, public witness. Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman, Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee. Kathy Henderson, Commissioner ANC 5D06 and 5D Court Watch. And Christopher Sims, public witness. Is Christopher Sims here? Okay, just confirming Christopher Sims is not here? Okay, Kirby Garrity, Senior Fellow, Community Safety and Harm Reduction, Greater Washington Community Foundation. All right, we will begin with you and welcome to you all. As a reminder to turn on your microphone when you're speaking. Finesse Graves, public witness.
Hello, my name is Finesse Graves. I would first like to speak as a survivor of both gun violence and domestic violence in the city. And in that experience, when I went through those things, I realized that the systems do not work well together. And as I tried to initiate the awareness of these systems not working well together, as Pastor Delonte stated, the same place where I was harmed, they wanted to place me there for 30 days, less than 100 yards away, where I was both hit with the gun. So the awareness of how violence interruption has assisted me was I was able to prevail because of community work. The community coming together to assist me so that I could move forward with my healing journey allowed me to be able to become the valedictorian of Peace DC, right? And with that training, I was able to not only establish a awareness of emotional regulation, conflict resolution, but also I'm already pushing this information on to the youth and also allowing my daughter to be an ambassador to be able to continue on with the training going forward. What I would like to speak on the most is that the funds are being allocated, however, there is no plan. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like there is no plan, so nobody can be held accountable for how the violence continues because there's no prevention services available with plans to show how people could be assisted on their surviving journey, but also on their regular journeys to live in Washington, D.C., period. Washington, D.C. is already a congested area where violence is continuing because people don't have basic needs such as housing and food to eat. A lot of the violence is concurred because of trauma that has been informed on generations to come. And we like to go back to the same issues that started the trauma in the first place to try to find solutions, which is to allocate money to government officials. But in all actuality, the community work is where we're able to thrive at. If the community is able to assist people with the very things that they have experienced, and what I mean by that is that as a survivor, I'm able to go back to the youth and teach them things to do better in reference to their decisions that they're making in reference to life. So that would be my information. Gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Graves, and thank you for sharing your experience. I'm sorry to hear what you've gone through. Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman, Ward 5 Leadership Council, Public Safety Committee.
Greetings and salutations, Madam Chair, Councilmember Nadeau. I am Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman of the Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee, President Emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations. On October 26th, the Federation will host its 91st Annual Awards Luncheon and Scholarship Celebration at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. I urge my fellow civic association and civic leaders to attend. Madam Chair, why are we here? What is the offense committed by the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement which merits this hearing? If we are intellectually honest, truthful with each other and to ourselves, we are here not merely because of a duty of oversight, but rather because an elected member of this council and other district officers took oath to serve the people, allegedly violated their oaths for monetary greed unto themselves. We are not here because a respected community leader stumbled and fell short of a promise to keep. We are not here because a respected community fighter grew weak and weary. We are not here because a soldier in the army for community service to the people has been wounded on the battlefield in the righteous fight for justice and must be lifted higher. We are not here to beat on someone who may be down or to declare anyone's guilt before conviction or confession. We are here because people allegedly solicited a cut from government contracts or public funds for a family vacation. It is unfortunate community-based service organizations with missions to interrupt community violence and the principled people who lead them are now being scrutinized because 1, 2, or 3 individuals may have engaged in schemes to steal from the public purse and violate the public's trust. If we are here to seek the truth, we must not only be unafraid to speak truth to power, but we must also be willing to speak truth to our colleagues and to ourselves. Finally, today, October 7th, marks the 1-year anniversary of the horrendous Hamas attacks in Gaza. The time for a ceasefire and a release of all hostages is now. All anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, bigotry, violent extremist activity, hate crimes against Jewish, Muslim, Israeli, and Arab institutions must be condemned. Everyone has a right to live in peace and freedom. Finally, I ask district voters to vote for Kamala Harris, to vote no on Initiative 83, and to wish Lindsey Parker and Councilmember Nadeau happy birthday. Thank you for this time to testify. Councilmember Nadeau's birthday is Friday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Branham. Next, we will turn to Kathy Henderson, Commissioner ANC 5D06 and 5D Court Watch.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Councilmember Nadeau, and members in our viewing audience and members in this chamber. I am Commissioner Kathy Henderson. I have sat here in this chambers on countless times talking about the failed Violence Interrupter Initiative. Matter of fact, the first time I sat here, I was in that seat back in 2017, and I told you then, not you, Councilmember Pinto, but I told this council then that the program was ill-conceived, it was not properly vetted, there was no documentation, there was just an idea that was eventually funded that now we know is a disaster. It's a disaster. We need to admit that. We need to move on. We cannot continue to throw taxpayer dollars after a program that from its inception had no accountability and did not work. I said back then, before one of the violence interrupters was unceremoniously murdered, I said violence interrupters are nothing more than potential homicide victims. And people cringed at that, but it came to fruition. Everything that I said about this failed endeavor has come to fruition. So I'm really disappointed. I have nothing but respect for you. I've met with you. You've been gracious, welcoming, you've listened, and you've crafted legislation that we can support. But I'm really disappointed to hear that there is an effort to continue to support a program that we know it doesn't work. The program with Cure the Streets with the Office of the Attorney General, that one didn't work either. And I had these conversations with then Attorney General, Mr. Racine, and he had the same reaction. Well, let's just give it a chance. We've given it a chance. It doesn't work. I don't know of any violence interrupter information that has helped anyone in MPD solve or prevent any crime. And I come here today after my neighbor, Najee Dickens, was murdered on Sunday, okay, in an area where the violence interrupters sit on the streets every day. Every day. Did they give any heads up about what was coming? No, I hear from the neighbors that Mr. Najee and two of his colleagues ran through the streets crying from their injuries, and Mr. Dickens fell to his death in the rear of his family home. That's unacceptable. You may say, oh, that's anecdotal, but no, it's happening multiple times. I have told Chief Smith, we don't want any violence interrupters in my community because they don't do anything. They don't help. Now, I understand people want resources. I understand people want uplifting and help. And yes, we have a duty to uplift our citizens. If we can house our neighbors from Venezuela and Colombia in shelters and hotels on New York Avenue and give them resources and help them to get in case management and help them to secure housing, help them to secure resources for healthcare and food. We can do the same for American citizens that need this help, and especially people that are returning from having been incarcerated. But what we should not do is to continue to talk about the efficacy of a failed program. It's failed. Admit it and move on. Let's find a way to reprogram that money. Let's find a way to make meaningful efforts to restore public safety. And let's stop demonizing MPD. We took money from MPD's budget. We continue to attack the police, using this ridiculous argument of that other jurisdictions have denounced. And if you want to know, I'm skipping around a little bit, but if you want to know why Baltimore's crime is coming down a little bit, it's because MPD has been helping them. So let's go back to a public safety paradigm that works and stop pretending that this violence interrupter and Cure the Streets initiative is effective. It is not. And thank you for the opportunity to share my comments with you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And just to be clear, are you testifying on behalf of the commission or in your personal capacity?
I'm testifying on behalf of the good citizens that I represent in Single Member District 5D06 and 5D Court Watch. So I've combined my testimony. The citizens that I talk to now, there are a few people that support the violence interrupters, but they are anomalies. They are not the majority.
Thank you very much. If I can ask everybody in the chambers to respect all of our witnesses, we appreciate that. Next, we will hear from Kirby Garrity, Senior Fellow, Community Safety and Harm Reduction, Greater Washington Community Foundation. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, you are.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Kirby Garrity, and I'm the Senior Fellow for Community Safety and Harm Reduction at the Greater Washington Community Foundation, a role that I've been in for just about 3 months. Prior to that, I spent over 15 years working to advance justice and safety initiatives, inclusive of at a national organization here in DC, in city government in Philadelphia, and via a community-based organization in Camden, New Jersey. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Community Foundation and here to advocate for the frontline workers and community-based organizations working to prevent and intervene in violence across the city. In order to reduce gun violence and sustain those reductions, DC must have a comprehensive strategy that supports community violence intervention and a broader ecosystem of safety efforts across the spectrum of prevention, intervention, and trauma recovery. The Community Foundation has committed resources to provide matching grants for organizations supported by the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement's Gun Violence Prevention Mini Grants. These grants empower organizations working to address the root causes of gun violence, strengthen community engagement, and promote safer, more resilient communities through initiatives focused on behavioral health and restorative justice. By offering matching grants, the Community Foundation creates a pathway for these mini grant recipients to access additional funding. But we recognize that these are not substantial investments. We know that to truly reduce gun violence, comprehensive and collaborative approaches across local government, nonprofits, philanthropy, and the business community are necessary. At the Community Foundation, we aim to set and convene a cross-sector table that extends beyond political administrations to do just that. But to succeed, there must be funded and supported community organizations doing the work and a strong infrastructure in place. Just last week, some of us in this room were in Seattle at the Cities United convening, where close to 1,000 people gathered in support of this work from cities across the country. At a time where there is local controversy and tragedy in the DC CVI community, the national network reinvigorated the need to accelerate our local efforts and emphasize that those doing the work every day need to be supported. The people working on the front lines, many of them are in this room today, deserve more support, more opportunities, and more coordination. While there may be a need to move towards stronger support measures and perhaps more technical assistance, this is not the time to jeopardize the broader work to reduce violence that lives in community-based organizations and nonprofit organizations. CVI has proven to be effective in cities across the country when the work is coordinated, supported, and funded. Many cities are seeing their second year in a row of double-digit percentage decreases in violence and homicides due to comprehensive plans that include CVI. DC could and should be one of those cities. Rather than discussions around removing funding or supports from organizations that impact individuals across the city, we should be rallying around them and evaluating ways we can collectively strengthen and help coordinate their work. Currently, there are evaluations underway by some of the witnesses here today to determine how the CVI work here in DC can be strengthened and where there are gaps. To act in a way that could further fragment or worse, eliminate the work currently being coordinated by ones could set the city back before those evaluations are able to be completed. Now is the time to increase support, particularly for those on the front lines whose salaries make it challenging for them to even support themselves, let alone those that they serve. But they do it anyway because they are dedicated and committed to the people in this city. On behalf of the Community Foundation, we are working to galvanize across sectors, and I'm here to advocate for increased support and against anything that could further harm the CVI ecosystem and the leaders of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garrity. Thank you to you all. I want to start with you, Ms. Graves, given your lived experience in going through some of the resource connectivity issues. Can you walk us through what that looked like and where some of the gaps were in making sure that you had what you needed in that time?
The first thing I would say is that the initial contact of asking for assistance for gun violence or domestic violence, you're met with a lot of scrutiny, right? And that already sends you in a state of discouragement. And to follow that, I would state that the only places that they have available for safe houses is 2 locations, one in Georgetown and one in Southeast. And the area where I was offended was where the safe house was. So when I want to, DC Safe to express this, like, why are you placing me back in the same place where I was offended? I was brought back with, you really have no choice. You either stay here or we won't relocate you. And as I said before, I had to go to people in my community that do this work because they know that the government drops the ball, and they rallied together to assist me to be relocated somewhere else until I was able to get adequate help from Virginia Williams in order to be placed successfully. And at that time, I was a contractor for the Department of Behavioral Health, working with people with mental health issues, dealing with my own issues because I was affected by gun violence. So what I would say is that not only are the programs not sufficiently funded so that work can actually be executed successfully, but they do not work together.
Thank you very much. Mr. Branham, you talked about kind of speaking truth to power and recognizing some of what got us here. And so from your perspective, what do you think needs to be said or acknowledged from the ONES program in order for us to move forward?
Thank you. Let me say that the organizations that are funded, they request and they value oversight. But the problem in this instance did not emanate from a lack of oversight. or purpose. It emanated because an individual took a bribe. And the paradigm that we have to, that I'm not going to say that all violence interrupted programs, the program is failed, any more than I can say that the concept of local government is failed because one elected official is corrupt. You know, life is life. And violence interruption program can be measured, is beneficial. And it gives people at the ground level trust that my life, that their life has value. And that's why we're all here, to value each other's life and respect them with dignity.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Henderson, you talked about some of what you've seen, and I'm so sorry to hear about your neighbor. That's
Thank you.
terrible. What you've seen kind of recently and over the years with the violence interruption specialists in your community in Ward 5. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean when you say you see people in the community kind of sitting on the street? What does that look like?
We have individuals sitting in the 1,100 to 1,300 blocks of Neal Streets. We have a so-called violence interrupter who is a 2017 homicide suspect who has an address or immediate past address on Neal Street. These individuals are out there. They self-identify as persons in the program. There are liquor bottle memorials under the same tree that MPD and DPW and myself have removed multiple times. The neighbors complain about this eyesore. Where were they when Mr. Dickens and his colleagues were running for their lives Saturday night at 2 a.m.? Where were they? No one in MPD got any calls. No one in MPD has received any viable information from anyone that is affiliated with a Cure the Street. We have these Cure the Streets people down in the 1,200 blocks of 18th Place causing havoc. I've already testified multiple times about the grass that's no longer on the sidewalk, about the drugs they're dealing, the problems they're causing. Where were they? Where was this information to MPD to help stop any of those shootings or homicides? There was a shooting on 21st Street back on July 17th, April 10th. Where were these people? I know they were at the crime scenes claiming to be violence interrupters. Why didn't they provide any information to the police? Isn't that what they're supposed to do to help stop the violence? I don't know of any, and I talk to people, not just in our officers and officials, not just in 5D, but in other districts, other police districts. And I'm still waiting for all this information from these Cure the Streets, the violence interrupters. They don't help do anything. They have their hands out. And this is not just about your colleague allegedly taking a bribe. This is about a failed program that was not properly implemented from the beginning. And this was an opportunity allegedly by your colleague and by others that saw an opening for a money grab. We do not have time for money grabs. Citizens' lives are at stake. We ended 2023 with 274 homicides. We need to stop playing with public safety. We need to be serious about public safety. So we can come here and we can make these impassioned speeches about programming and I need this and I need that, but we need a public safety paradigm that works. We need to protect our citizens and we need to do it now. So we don't need to lose one other life while we're talking about this failed program.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Ms. Garrity, I want to ask you, because there was a discussion on the previous panel around the speed with which the money is being dispersed. With any of the CBOs or CVIs that you've worked with, have you seen an issue or a gap in getting money out the door?
So I'm not aware of that, but on our end, we have matched the mini grants that were distributed by one. So I'm not sure of the distribution on
I'm
their
sorry, can you
end.
say that again? We have national what?
We have matched mini grants. So we're providing additional funding to the grantees that receive money from one. So I'm not sure of how disbursement goes on their end.
Okay,
But we're in the process of dispersing funds to match those grants.
got it. And
from
how
others.
many funds do you all disperse a year?
Via this particular program? We just matched the ones, I think there was like 15 grantees, and then we matched OAG grantees as well. So there's 25 total grantees that we provided match funding to.
Okay, and may I ask where your funding comes from?
The funding for my position,
Not your position, your organization.
we're a community foundation, so we receive money from various philanthropic investments, including private donors and others. And that's how we disperse money to organizations.
Okay, and you provide one-to-one matching for every grant,
No, just the mini grants.
the mini grants that are
Yes.
provided through Ones and Cure.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for being here and your testimony. Okay, we are going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses. Tony Lewis, public witness. If you could sit to my right. Paul Jones, CEO of Columbia Heights Village Tenant Associate. Is Paul Jones here? Okay, hi. Cynthia Hall, public witness. William Jordan, public witness. All right. Thank you all very much. Okay, we've got Tony Lewis, Paul Jones, Cynthia Hall. Okay, wonderful. And William Jordan. All right, welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. As a reminder to turn your microphone on when you're speaking. And we will start first with you, Tony Lewis, public witness.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Councilmember Nadeau, and all esteemed guests and staff. It is an honor to be before you today to stand with all the peacemakers in the room and throughout our city and to affirm their impact and necessity. 24 years ago, my life was changed when I became a junior roving leader with the Department of Parks and Recreation. This introduced me to the profession of peacekeeping / violence intervention. Since then, I've gone on to have different roles and wear many hats, yet in some form or fashion, I remain a peacekeeper. 10 years ago, I reached out to my then council member in Ward 5, the Honorable Kenyon McDuffie, begging him to do something to help people like me who were trying to interrupt community violence. There was a desperate need for resources and supports to end disputes and help people pivot to a more positive lifestyle. At that time, our city had stepped away from funding such efforts after a political faux pas and a brief decline in homicides. We can never make that mistake again. That decline in funding for violence intervention made us less safe, and at the time, those of us in the community understood how dangerous things had become because of this departure. Thankfully, Councilmember McDuffie heard us, and those conversations started a chain of meetings and discussions with various stakeholders that would become the NEAR Act. That seminal piece of legislation created Ones and mandated that this work will remain because it was necessary to public safety, no matter the political leadership or the current ideals. The work that has come out of that agency has not been perfect, like anything in its early stages. However, it has been life-changing. It has been life-saving and has made incredible deposits in the lives of the most vulnerable Washingtonians. The work is starting to hit a stride. As we see a significant drop in violent gun crime in our city this year, these first responders should share in that achievement in the same way our law enforcement partners have, and in the same way that the Omnibus Public Safety Bill has. These first responders go into our city's roughest terrain without protective gear, without weapons, without proper pay to save lives. They only have commitment, reputation, and a specialized skill set to connect and redirect that makes them invaluable. I appreciate your oversight. I think it is imperative and essential to the process for transparency and accountability for our fellow Washingtonians. As I end my remarks, I come to you as I did your predecessor a decade ago, begging that we move the needle. Then we needed the NEAR Act. Now we need comprehensive record sealing that would empower this work in so many ways. I look forward to working with you, this committee, and your staff on making this happen so that my fellow peacekeepers can more easily access opportunity and help others do the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Paul Jones, CEO, Columbia Heights Village Tenant Associate.
Good afternoon, dear members of the Oversight Committee. I am Paul Jones, the CEO of the Columbia Heights Village Tenant Association, a community-based organization serving Ward 1. I am writing to request that the committee consider implementing stronger grant oversight and a more robust compliance policy for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. CHVTA is a strong supporter of the violence interrupter initiatives, recognizing the critical role that trained violence interrupters play in our communities. Their expertise is essential in deterring violence and fostering a safer environment for our residents. However, for these initiatives to succeed, we must ensure that resources are managed effectively and transparently. It is imperative that leadership within one's and its grantees are held accountable and do not overlook mismanagement of resources and personnel. We need leaders who are committed to integrity and community service, ensuring that well-planned activities truly benefit the client systems we serve. Furthermore, the process for awarding leadership positions and grants must prioritize merit over favoritism. Decisions should be based on previous actions and demonstrated effectiveness, fostering a culture of accountability that benefits our community. Additionally, it is crucial that participants in these programs are clearly identified and their contributions accurately represented. Confusion between participants from different community-based organizations can undermine our collective efforts and dilute the impact we aim to achieve. I would also like to highlight our recent experience with the Fatherhood Program proposal submitted to WANS in April 2024 for funding at Columbia Heights Village. After initially receiving positive feedback indicating that it sounded like a great program, we met with the interim director of Life Deeds in August 2024, when we were informed that the funding for the Fatherhood Program was approved. We have faced minimum follow-up and communication. Who was the funding for the Fatherhood Program distributed to? This lack of engagement is concerning, especially as we seek to address critical needs within our community. I urge the Oversight Committee to take these concerns seriously and advocate for stronger oversight measures for WANS. By doing so, we can ensure that the funds intended for our community are utilized effectively, truly benefiting the residents of Ward 1. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Cynthia Hall, Public Witness.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, and Nadeau is absent, but to her as well. I'm Cynthia Hall, the COO for Columbia Heights Village Tenant Association, and I too have been here before to speak to you. We definitely support the VI program. I want to thank all of the VIs that I've seen in the room from all around the city. I would not be able to do my job every day and stay in an environment that has been riddled with gun violence if it wasn't for some of these individuals out here doing their job every day. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the testimony today in support of the WANS mission, especially the violence interrupter initiatives, which are crucial to improving public safety in our community. While CHVTA strongly supports the presence and effectiveness of the violence interrupters, we're deeply concerned about the current level of oversight on grant management, as well as the reporting from some of the subcontractors and vendors associated with those grants. The insufficient enforcement of these processes leave room for mismanagement, insufficiencies, and a waste of critical resources that could be used for the VI program and its participants. The agency's budget needs to be increased. The disbursement and the reimbursement processes are currently flawed. To address the concerns, we respectfully request that the DC Council Oversight Committee implement a stronger oversight mechanism and a more comprehensive compliance policy for the one's grantees. This should include more frequent and transparent reporting requirements, regular audits, stronger consequences for non-compliance of those requirements, and proper management of funds is not only essential to maximize the impact of these programs, but also to maintain the public's trust in the one's ability to deliver on this mission. In addition, we would like to recommend as we have before, that the Oversight Committee consider a subcommittee of public committees and stakeholders that oversee these programs, that work with the VIs. In Ward 1, CHV is one of the few CBOs that have actually worked with all facets. So we've worked with the collaborative, which was ran by Penny. We've worked with the OAG, Cure the Street, and we have Life D. So right now, we are the ward that have the two parallel VI programs running in the same ward. So we are sort of unique where we've had to work in the cluster with all different models of the VI program. All have had its perks, all of us had its pluses, and of course, all of them could use some work and more oversight. I think training is key, but again, we definitely support it, and our community has benefited better because of the Violence Interrupted program. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Hall. William Jordan, Public Witness.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan, a 30-year plus resident of Columbia Heights, 14th Street neighborhood, and husband and father of 4. Those working in violence prevention and disruption are critical to the well-being of my Columbia Heights community. This work is necessary to combat the growing social, economic, housing, and racial disparities which have plagued my community, especially over the last 10 years. These disparities have been primarily a result of official see no evil, hear no evil oversight, and neglect by this council, trapping us in a moral hazard. Recent stories might lead us to focus on the need for better oversight and monitoring of grants and contracts at once and other agencies and their contractors. But a closer analysis will show the problem primarily lies in the council's lackadaisical approach to member accountability, a culture of member obsessiveness with deference and members maintaining their political fiefdoms and pet projects, all in the name of political peace and decorum, which is the heart of our moral hazard. I'm kind of couple of quotes. I am greatly concerned about the apparent involvement of 2 contractors doing violence interruption work in our neighborhood, including Life Deeds and Ward 1. This is our Ward 1 council member making this quote back in August when this has been going on for years. I got great weight when it comes to violence work in this council. This is from the council member that's currently in trouble. And then even going back further, to a former council member, which basically had a business plan to basically sell their influence. And what happens is with these fiefdoms is that you cannot coordinate, right? So all you have to do is come to Columbia Heights. It's a crap show. It used to be the public space and the programming's coming together used to show a model of how do you do equitable development. Instead, now it's a crap show because we've spent fiefdoms where people are fighting over grants, people are directing things. We have a CBO that's getting millions of dollars in funding because they're a favorite of someone and they're not performing at all. This is a pattern. It's not just this one area. It is throughout the whole system because we refuse to empower communities to work for themselves because we think that a strong community might stop our pet development project. So I'm asking this council to take its own responsibility. Don't scapegoat the mayor. It's on you all as much as it's on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our witnesses today. I think a couple things come to mind, but when we think about where we currently are in the grants, I appreciate what some of you talked about with, there's a lot, let me back up. Sometimes there's a discussion around how we prove efficacy of a program. And there's a lot of debate about this of it's very hard to prove that but for an intervention, violence wouldn't happen. It's hard to determine if we're looking at one geographic area and it looks like homicide rates go down, but something may have moved across the street. That's kind of a different conversation. What I'm especially interested to talk about today is when it comes to our grants and this process, how we can make sure it's fair. And so I appreciate your point as well, sir, about how we choose sites. And frankly, for the last several years, we have had an expansion of what the model is really meant to be, what the Cure the Streets model is, what the CRED model is about looking at the most violent areas of the city and making sure that there are resources deployed to those areas. When we start having additional thoughts of, hey, I'd like one in my ward, or I'd like two in my ward, or I notice some issues here, we lose fidelity to the program, which then makes it much less likely that we're going to have a consistent and fair process of funds going out the door. And so I just want to name that honestly, because I think it is something that we've seen a lot of and that we have participated in. I want to ask you, Mr. Jones and Ms. Hall, when you talk about some of the services, because I think this is probably a more productive area to look at with the grants. It's not necessarily how we're proving every level of violence reduction. We're proving, did you set out to do, and did you do what you said you were going to do? And so from your experience in Ward 1 in seeing the grant recipients say they're going to do something, how has that experience been from your perspective at seeing that actually be carried out for the benefit of the community?
So it depends on. It depends on which perspective you're looking at. If you're asking if the providers are delivering on what was promised, I would say for the most part, yes. However, we're never sure what that promise is genuinely from an agency standpoint. So when that deliverable comes to us, we are almost vulnerable to take any assistance for the community, and where funds are already very, very, scarce, the participants as well are willing to take whatever is there. Our concern is normally, are we actually getting what was promised from an agency standpoint in that grant? And that's why I said it needs to be more transparency to the community stakeholders of what you all have allotted, as Councilmember Doe spoke about earlier, and what the agency has described in that grant to the grantee, and when those resources come to the community. And again, they're not connected. Well, the young lady spoke earlier. We need to start connecting those resources and programs together. Mental health, housing, and more resources for food insecurity and housing need to go hand in hand if you're going to prevent the gun violence. And we're not considering that. You're just giving $1 of money. We participated. We were the first person to roll out the One's mental health program, the summer series. We had a suicide 2 weeks after, like literally over top of our office. One of our residents committed suicide because there was an age barrier on who could participate in that mental health series. So it's a lot of red tape that creates the yellow tape, and we need to stop that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jones, anything to add there? And particularly around Ms. Hall's point too of transparency in that follow-up, like what does that look like in the best case scenario?
First of all, I want to thank the VIs personally, because a lot of people don't understand, like Mr. Lewis said, they don't come with a lot of equipment. They don't have any bulletproof vests. They don't have any tasers and any of that sort of thing. So when they're human, so when they're met head on with friction, they kind of shut down too, because they're human. They don't want to take the abuse that people try to give them. And we understand that they can't save everybody's life. But they do their best, and it's hard to gauge from a regular person the interactions that the VIs are doing in the street, because it's hard to record when they're stopping Mike from coming up to Gerard Street from shooting up the block. It's hard to come back and say, I just talked to Mike, and Mike is not gonna come up. The transparency is, okay, so we have the two VI programs, right? We have Life Deeds and we have Cure the Streets. And most of the time, the actual VIs are friends with each other. But sometimes the upper management are not friends with each other. And then they put their friction onto the VIs. We need to have a plan and training where both VIs agencies are working together and training together, and they're learning the same thing at the same time. And I fear that's one of our biggest issues.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And Mr. Lewis, I want to ask you, because one of our biggest focus of the year is around job connectivity and making sure that there are going to be many more opportunities for folks, especially returning from serving a sentence and our returning citizens, to have exposure to a broader array of job opportunities. And you mentioned the need for record sealing as a piece of that puzzle. Can you expand a little bit more on what you mean by comprehensive record sealing and how you think that would help make sure people can have secure job placements?
Sure. I appreciate that question, Madam Chair. I think having a comprehensive record sealing process here, when I say comprehensive, I mean a lot of the things that we've heard about in the past has really been sort of in the vein of like either misdemeanors or people that has been considered to have nonviolent offenses. We know here in DC, probably 80 to 85% of those with DC code offenses can fall in the violent category. And so that creates a paradigm where 75% of our job market is essentially cut off from them. And if you take out the DC government and now the VI ecosystem, right? Those are the number one second chance hiring opportunities in our city. And so much is off the table. From our hospitals to a lot of our infrastructure companies, to our law firms, to the federal government, the list goes on and on, federal government contractors. And what that also starts is this sort of thing where some people, I think, find their way to this work that may otherwise, they really want to do something else, right? But they can't, right? And this becomes a place of opportunity and hope for them. But this is, and not to mention the work itself. We talk about instances of peace. But is that peace sustainable when we can't really help people, go into a different direction because of so much of the red tape and the barriers that's really, 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 truly associated with criminal history? I think we've done the best that we can up to this point to find every other way around finding resources or creating opportunity without doing record sealing. But I feel like that literally marginalizes every effort to address gun violence, to address poverty in our city. We cannot continue to see our communities as being something that can be saved solely by government programming. People need to thrive. People need to be able to compete. And then our younger generations need to see those that they are close to, those that they are of doing certain things. That's the only way they're going to choose a different path. So much of our young people's decisions is simply about what they saw. Like, we're naturally cooperative as human beings, and we got to change community norms by opening up opportunity. I really understand. I've been in this my whole professional career. I've been working in this, and I think it's time for us to be bold enough to say, once people have paid their debt to society, completed their sentences, people should have their full rights restored. And even our training. And I have to say this as well, that I don't think we think about this. We talk about training, but so many of our training ecosystem is really rooted in, can I place these people, right? So if I'm training in our growth industries, IT, banking and finance, healthcare, and so I'm saying, well, I can't place returning citizens if they come through my training program. I'm not going to be looked at favorably. So now I'm going to put restrictions who can come into my training program because I can't place people. Housing the same way. We're giving out vouchers for returning citizens, and then they can't utilize it in certain spaces or certain buildings. So I think record sealing is the way we need to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Thank you all for your testimony. Sure.
So one of the things I just wanted to point out is it's not just this program, but this program has to be connected to jobs and et cetera that DNPED and the council is investing in development, right? So we're in Columbia Heights. We have DC USA. For a while, it was booming, right? We have more boarded up retail spaces in 14th Street. So if we're not producing jobs, then where are people gonna work, right? We have this thing is, okay, it's cool. Everybody sit and get high sitting on 14th Street, right? I guess that keeps everybody occupied. But then we've created an environment where there's no business. We put bike lanes in and we do all these other things supposedly helping, but the economic development is not happening. And when we have a program like the Clean Team is a perfect program to move people, but there's nowhere to go. So all we do is get people in Clean Team and recycle, but all the work we need to get done in our community. So it's not just these programs, it's that these programs are not connected to all the development and all the jobs that we have. And so you really have to do that, or we are kind of wasting our time
Right. I
recycling
appreciate that.
problems.
Definitely need more of the full picture follow-up for all of this. I hear you. Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses. Dr. Charlene Haling-Williams, President and CEO of Community Wellness Ventures. Marcellus Queen, Public Witness. Patrice Sultan, Public Witness. All right, welcome to you all. As a reminder to make sure your mic is turned on. We will start with Dr. Charlene Haling-Williams, President and CEO of Community Wellness Ventures.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and other esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me this time to testify. I'm Dr. Charlene Haling-Williams, a district resident and CEO and co-founder of Community Wellness Ventures. We are a core service agency and freestanding mental health clinic certified by the Department of Behavioral Health. At CWV, we have long understood the strong correlation between community violence intervention and behavioral health and wellness. We were founded with the express purpose of applying new solutions to old problems. We infuse data-based decision-making and evidence-based practices in our approach to public health in the district. This approach led us to developing several place-based strategies that address healing in the context of CVI over the last decade, to include partnerships with ONES as the behavioral health and wellness provider for the Pathways program, the Peace Academy, Project Empowerment and Career Connections, and an upcoming partnership project funded by the U.S. Department of Justice. In essence, CWV sets up satellite clinics to provide on-site clinical services and supports, technical assistance, and consultation within these various CVI efforts in the district. I'm also serving my second term on the Violence Fatality Review Committee. Like all complex problems, violence requires complex, multifaceted solutions, including those that address the well-being of our practitioners. Our data revealed several stark realities. Notably, when it comes to indicators of trauma, safety and risk, adverse childhood experiences, anxiety, depression, well-being, stress, and stability, we have not observed a significant difference between the responses supplied by the violence interrupters and the people they are serving in community daily. That is, there's no difference really, more specifically, between what we see in the presentation clinically of a VI who's exposed to this level of community violence on a daily basis and the people who they are supporting. So we've seen ratings as high as 80% for PTSD, 50% for clinical depression, and 61% for anxiety among the VIs. For context, the national averages are 3.5%, 8%, and 19% respectively, according to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This speaks to the incredible levels of stress associated with this work, and also a number of well understood risk factors that many VIs are saddled with. Those are the very risk factors that allow for credibility in the community violence intervention workspace. I know there are a number of questions being asked about CVI, but the most important questions are like, what do we expect regarding the wellness of the CVI community? What regulations stipulate the care for these foot soldiers? What infrastructure is in place to pay for ongoing care and support for the VI teams? Who supports these grantees when their staff are gunned down? When they witness or hear about the homicide of a community member they've been working to help survive for the last 5 or 6 years? What is our commitment to making them whole? What resources are organizations expected to allocate? Where do they live? And what systemic incentives are available for them to offer, like we heard over and over again, but what's their carrot? Can they offer housing vouchers for community safety, employment opportunities, expedited access to essential resources? Former Surgeon General David Hatcher stated that the key to preventing a great deal of violence is understanding where and when it occurs, determining what causes it, and scientifically documenting which of many strategies for prevention and intervention are truly effective. Our approach at CWV and recommendations are in direct alignment with this assertion. The first is that the government may want to consider requiring behavioral health partnership to support the VIs in the execution of their day-to-day work responsibilities and funding it as a part of the district-wide violence prevention and intervention efforts. Also, the data overwhelmingly shows the connection between violence and behavioral health. So more specific results-based accountability infrastructure should be put in place to drive these solutions. Finally, I cannot stress the importance enough that the trauma in our communities and our population is overwhelming. If we don't really promote and require and regulate this integration, and if the conditions don't change, the outcomes are not nearly as likely to change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Marcellus Queen, public witness.
Thank you. So my name is Marcellus Queen. I'm a pathway graduate. I started off, I think about 2 years ago from, the intensity, also a gunshot victim. And I've also been in and out of juvenile detention centers and in federal facilities ever since I was like 14 years old. From there, I was able to, from the ones, I was able to grow and I was able to receive multiple different mentors that actually guided me where I am today. Today, the information that I have brought up to you is from the programs that my nonprofit actually succeeds in. So over the summer, me and Dr. Mitchell from Howard University, we came up with a strategy. He said, "Hey, Marcellus, how do you think we can curb gun violence?" Right? And I was just like, well, I know why I was part of some things. And so he was like, okay, so what does that look like? I said, well, the neighborhood where I service, which is in Congress Heights, he said, okay, let's do a study. So out of the 22 families in the at risk that I deal with that's involved with court justice services, we did a data analysis where he sent scientists and different type of people to really determine the problems on why is it so systemic. He asked me, what do you think, how do you think we should do it? I said, I think it should be a study done on the mothers, and I think it should be a study done on the kids. So when you look at the data that I gave you, you're gonna see basically that the mothers are struggling so much to the point that it's hard for them to keep their kids together, right? And it's so hard for them to navigate the community and their household. Then I said, okay, the second study you're going to see is that you're going to see how do the kids feel about this. When you look through the study, you're going to see the kids said, it's just like 80% said, I've seen people get killed. I've seen people get shot, right? From there, over the summer, I received grants from the Howard Trauma Center, and I received grants also from the ones. So what I did was I took all the grants that totaled in $20,000, $5,000 from the ones office, and then the $15,000 from Howard University. And I said, we can't leave no room for a child that to be outside in the summer hanging in neighborhoods. So from Peace Academy taught CBT, um, Preacher Delonte provided mothers healing circles for my mothers, and then all the mothers from the Congress Heights community then went through Peace Academy to be trained to be community workers. So essentially, my mothers operate my nonprofits. So we paid a teacher. The teacher came in there. Trigger Project came, picked them up from 2:30 to 5. So essentially, and then they was in Howard University being mentored Saturday and Sunday for 5 hours. So essentially, they wasn't left with any gaps to be running around in the community, causing havoc or being lost and confused. And it's successful. The ones gave me additional. And Ms. Kirby with her community foundation gave me another additional 5,000, plus the ones just awarded me another 10,000 because how good my work is. The only negative I can say about that, I see that my kids, as soon as like that, because there's a gap with the whole one with the funding. So I have to go through all these things and wait for money to come, right? So in between that, I still have kids that have no food. I still have kids of mothers that have no resources. And in between that, that's when my kids catch charges. Because there is no I'm the guidance, right? I'm the foundation that they have where they can go inside of a place that I have to figure out that's where they feel safe that they're not going to get shot at. There's food there, and I have to provide that space and have something instrumental for 4 to 5 hours a day. And I have to make sure that they're back in school. It's a lot that come with it though. But the grant does work though. I mean, it works for me. Right now, in between time, I had a lot of problems because I'm waiting for the next cycle when the summer over. So now my kids are kind of lost and float, and things have occurred. But there's not one program in the district where kids can be kids the whole time. Because think about it, if I give you direction and I provide leadership, and then a grant's over, right? And then I'm like, okay, I'm scrambling trying to keep my kids that I know there's no food in the house and they don't have any money, and most likely they're gonna go rob. They're gonna go find resources for themselves if I can't provide it. So that's one of the main things is the gap in between those times.
That's helpful. Thank you so much. Patrice Sultan, public witness. Oh, okay, great. I have you listed as a public witness, but that's no problem. So we can change you to that. So Patrice Sultan, DC Justice Lab.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this issue. There are a number of experts who you've heard from already and who you'll hear from later today who I think are aptly qualified to speak to what violence interruption efforts have worked well in other cities. And although I've sort of came in here feeling very discouraged about DC's failures in this area, I think if we look to those examples, there's a lot to make us feel encouraged instead. And I wanted to urge not just the members of this committee, but the entire council to really be thoughtful about what they hear is working there and think about how we can implement things in a meaningful way and to avoid these sort of scattershot or unserious looking approaches that we've heard people attest to throughout the roundtables so far. I also wanted to draw attention to resources that DC Justice Lab has been working on since we started. As you may know, we publish often on policing, prosecution, and punishment, but we also have a page on prevention if you look at the DC Justice Library. And there you'll see information that's DC specific, but also solutions that have worked elsewhere, including an article about gun violence prevention. And because these other models are so well documented, I know you'll have an opportunity to speak with other witnesses about them in more detail. I wanted to focus my time on a couple of other aspects. One is, when we look back 8 years ago to when we were working on the NEAR Act, it was novel to some degree to ask people to start thinking about and talking about public safety as a public health crisis. And fast forward to 2020, when we started the Police Reform Commission, that was the starting point. It was understood that that was going to be the frame. But in practice, that isn't really what the district's approach to public safety has looked like. Not to single out only 2 places because everybody is responsible for making sure that we have a city where people can thrive. But when I think about the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety and the Deputy Mayor's Office in particular, there is a lot of emphasis on paying attention to and reporting out things like how many homicides were there, how many guns were recovered. And there's very little public discussion and checking in on and paying attention to those measures of public health that we know impact people's safety from one day to the next. We should be able to see when we hear from our public officials on these issues, we should know how many crisis beds are there in the city? How many people have had a parent snatched from them the way Tony did? What's being done to help them? These are things that are ascertainable and that we can address. I think the point of data transparency in this area is that you have to be measuring the right things. And most people that I talk to in the district know very little, and to some degree, we're unable to answer questions about those things that really affect how healthy people are. Everyone on this council should be able to tell me, what is the life expectancy from one ward to the next? Everybody on this council should be able to tell people what's being done to try to make sure that people live above the living wage here. I haven't, even from the Poverty Commission, been able to find out how many people in the District of Columbia live below the living wage. And that should be a question that we're serious about answering if we're serious about solving the problem. The other point that I want to make is that the notes that have been made about the need for robust oversight are well taken. And it's something that you've heard me talk about quite a bit in the district. And I hope that that same energy emerges rather when we're talking about those systems that inflict violence as well. It shouldn't be the case that if somebody receives a $5,000 grant or a sub-grant even smaller than that from an organization, they are marred by red tape, as has been discussed throughout the day, but that an agency can come in and ask for $600 million to police the city and be asked very few questions. We don't know how many cars they've crashed, how many bullets they've shot in our communities. We know very little about what they're doing. We don't know anything about the deaths in custody that we've had this year that outnumber a lot of other jurisdictions the same size. And so as much as I appreciate the need to say, look, we should be paying attention to how we're spending our dollars, how we're spending our time, how we're managing, we need to be serious about doing that for those agencies that proactively inflict trauma in the name of trying to keep us safe as well. And so I hope that when we're back here in a few months talking about performance oversight, that we'll see the same level of detail and granular questions for the people who are spending resources much grander than the ones that have been discussed today.
Thank you very much. So I want to start with you, Dr. Haling Williams, and I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Okay, great. And you talked a lot about the trauma that you see in people coming in. And one of the things that we're looking to do is provide more consistency for training, for support. We heard from folks from Peace First DC who talked about not only training the hard and soft skills, but making sure people are focused on healing. And so as we think about scaling those types of services to people engaged in CVI work, what is your perspective on how to make sure that type of scalability is done well?
Thank you. When you mention continuity, I can't help but mention, the threats to it when we don't have either, both, and the plan and consistent leadership. In my time in partnership with ones, I've served under all four, both 2 permanent directors, 2 interim, and about 5 program managers of pathways. Those types of things threaten continuity and scalability citywide. And I know that's not specifically what you were getting at, but just when I thought about, as you were asking the question, the things that have even threatened our stability in the provision of care were simply the direct behavioral health services. Even now, the asks today are different from the asks six months ago and different from the asks 6 months before that. And so expecting highly skilled providers and vendors to continue to bend like a pretzel not only is not really doable or sustainable or attractive, it's also threatening to the stability and scalability of any model. So those 2 elements would be essential in terms of that through line or golden thread across district government in terms of what our vision and plan are and what the elements are that need to be implemented and how we evaluate success so that the metrics don't really change regardless. Some things we can't prevent, right? We can't always prevent changes in leadership, but the indicators, the metrics, what we consider success to look like should be deeply rooted and not really changing from day to day, the same as these grant cycles that are turning over every year and perhaps the personnel.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. And Mr. Queen, I want to ask you about, because you talked about your program and the kids that you're serving, and thank you for the work that you do. And some of the gaps that exist, just the way that our funding model works. And one of the things I was talking about with the previous panel is, this is not like another government agency where people come in and are hired for a full year and have government salary and benefits. And while the budget has to go through the approval process, there's some consistency. People know, okay, I'm going to work for X organization and assume that at the end of next year, the organization is not going to be completely diminished or changed. The benefit of doing it this way, one of the benefits, is that it is slightly removed, or at least a step removed from the government, to make sure that the money goes to the hands of people actually doing this work. But we have a problem with our disbursements that we're not allowed to promise money out the door more than a year. We have an anti-deficiency statute that literally disallows us from doing so. And so as we kind of weigh the benefits and the drawbacks of having a model that is different, but then creates some very practical challenges to organizations like yours, say we need some assurance that we're going to have this money next year. I guess just asking you what you think we should do to bridge that divide, to make sure that we're not changing the model too much and putting another layer of bureaucracy that we have with our other government agencies.
I mean, excuse me. Some of the things I'm faced with when it comes to grants is actually the space and time. So like right now, for me as a beginning organization, don't get it wrong, now I've been stepping up and a lot of people have been helping me and stuff, but the first grant I received from the ones was a refundable grant, right? How do you really expect me to come up with a $5,000 refundable grant? Right. And I'm a community worker. And the higher that the grants go is more refundable grants. So it's like I have to figure out, I had to go to Preacher Delonte to actually help me with the grant because I didn't have the funding to do that. Preacher Delonte was like, oh, I know that you do good work. I'm gonna give you the money. When the grant comes back, I will give it back to you. Right. And it's then I have to wait in between grants because I still have kids that in between the gaps, I had a kid that had a carjack, right? But he had the carjack, and once all my program was over and I had no more money to give, he depended on me for food. He depended on me for everything his whole life. And once funding was over, it was like 3 weeks later, he was charged with a carjacking and shooting at the police in Prince George's County, right? I had to, there's a lot, and then the funding is deeper than that also, because then I have like 10 mothers that call me all night long, right? I'm tired. Like I have mothers that's calling me when school starts. I have mothers that don't put their kids in school. I have to figure out, how am I going to make this happen, right? Because if he's not in school, what do you think he's going to be doing? Well, he's going to be running around trying to figure out for food. He's going to run around and try to figure out for safety. And it has to be a continued, that's why when you look over the data, that's why I did the data the way I did it. I said, let's look at the mothers, their struggles. You're going to see that, and the mother side of it is going to say 70% in the Congress Park community said they don't understand how they're going to get food on the upcoming month, right? So when you see that disparity, right, what's next for them? They're not worried. How can you chase a child and you're worried about how you're going to feed a child, right? So when I'm waiting in between a grant, like right now, I'm waiting in between, and I'm not even going to talk about the DIF system. If you know about DIFs, DIFs is so complicated. I had to have so many different articles and different things I had to apply for just to get certain money, right? And let's say you are a good community worker. Let's say you are you do a great job in the community. If I didn't have a lawyer on detainer to file all my stuff, I would have never been able to organize myself enough to even get district money to even provide, because it's really hard to navigate that stuff, right? So you're missing out on a lot of people who have good intentions and have the best heart in general. But other than that, I'm just the gap in between, and that's really the problem that I have.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And it's a continuing problem we're gonna have. Because I hear you that we need to make sure there's more consistency and we keep pushing against this hurdle that we are told by the lawyers for the agencies, for the executive, other lawyers that we've spoken to about this, that we have this gap, that we cannot promise funds for longer than a year. So I think we're gonna have to think creatively about how to solve for that within our current confines, with our budget process. I am way over time. I do want to ask you, Ms. Sultan, briefly, you mentioned some of the prevention work that you all are focused on at the DC Justice Lab. If you want to elaborate a little bit more on gaps that you have seen that we should be doing more of as they relate to our grants through ones.
Sure. So, as you know, we're a research and policy advocacy organization. And so a lot of our work is around identifying the smartest safety solutions from either times gone by or other jurisdictions or elsewhere that are proven to redress these harms. And I think the sort of main theme in the prevention space is a lot like what we hear the Peace Academy talk about when they do nonviolent communication training, which is you identify what is the need and you meet that need. And so there are a lot of different verticals of that. We heard some of the things that the violence interrupters need themselves, but those are also the same community needs. So when you hear about housing, when you hear about like all of these things that somebody needs to actually live there, thrive, do well, give back, care for one another, you know, they're not really things that you haven't heard about over and over again. I think it's important for people to understand what the wealth gap looks like in the city. And I will say again that it's astonishing to live in a place like this where there is so much, and to think about 15% of the people here living below the poverty line, not the living wage, the poverty line. So we're talking about $13,000, $14,000 a year. That is not safe. And so I think if the grants can focus on how can somebody actually be set up for success and empowered to do what they need to do. I'm telling you right now, I don't have any DC government grants with my budget because it's too taxing to be able to do the paperwork. I'm not doing it. And so you have to think about the processes you've heard about overall, but also I think the pieces that you heard about in terms of housing vouchers and the other supports that are needed while people are doing the work along the way.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm now going to turn to some of our virtual witnesses. Tia Bell, founder and CEO of the Trigger Project. Ashley Ruff, Commissioner ANC 7F02. And Ruth Wilcox, public witness.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Hi, yes, welcome. We can hear you. Tia Bell, founder and CEO of the Trigger Project. Please go ahead.
Yes. Happy Monday, Councilmember Pinto and members of the chamber. I stand very proud today here representing all of the voices of the peacemakers, and then most importantly, my babies that represent prevention. My name is Tia Bell. I am the founder of the Trigger Project, which stands for True Reasons I Grabbed the Gun Evolved from Risk. And we are the intersection of public health and positive youth development. Right before there was Trigger, there was just Tia, this tall woman, loving on babies all around the city. And I realized that I couldn't get into schools or really rec centers without any protection, without any legitimacy. So Tia, with a new master's in youth development, also with the pain and suffering and trauma of gun violence that had haunted me in my life so viciously. I started For Youth in honor of my Uncle Doug that was killed in March 2007. The number 4 symbolized his birthday, April 4th. And I actually wore it on the back of my jersey at NC State and ended up turning it into an organization. Funny thing is, I started this organization as a business because it costs less money to start a business, an LLC, than it did to start a nonprofit at the time. Well, still. And I just wanted to legitimize myself. And so back in 2016, I would go to any basketball game, basketball court, rec center, vigil, unfortunately, wherever young people were, I showed up. But that eventually led me to picking up part-time jobs. I served as a credible messenger. I was a family engagement specialist and a youth development specialist. I don't know if I should have been doing both at the same time, but that the work had to be done. And with my education and training and case management and note-taking, I really tried to utilize my gifts to support my fellow people on the front line with me who just so happen to be returning citizens. I don't really like that language, nor do I like community violence intervention language, but I'll use it for the sake of us staying consistent. The reason that I point those things out is because these things mimic and reflect public safety values. And so back in 2016, I sat down with Tony Lewis Jr. I asked him, can I bring a youth Day DC to life? And he and I put our social capital together, and we served over 100 youngins from HD Woodson area, Ward 7, and then we went back uptown where I was from to Emory and did the same thing a month later. So 2016, 2017, 2018, I'm doing all those things out of pocket, just like my fellow prevention partner, Marcellus, just mentioned. And then I go back to Tony and I'm like, I need help. I'm not going to last. I have a daughter. How can I do this better? And he told me about the One's office. So I remember back in 2019, before I sat down with the One's office in 2019, when Dale was the director, I remember standing behind our mayor at the State of the District address and her talking about gun violence being a public health issue and how we were going to roll out some activities of the NEAR Act. And I just remember as a young resident, Washingtonian native, feeling so proud of my city to diagnose this disease as what it should have been. What I realized by 2019 is that this public health matter was being executed through public safety measures. And so what I think really in terms of supporting violence interruption work, we have to not reduce or cancel or pull back or disinvest in this work. We need to fully scale. It is time to now fully scale this work. Public health says you have to identify a problem. We've done that. Gun violence. It's a disease that spreads through model behavior. Yes, we're down 23%, but one is too many. The second model in public health stage says identify risk and protective factors. A risk is for an organization not being able to protect a youngin when they don't have a funding. That is risk. A baby being truant, not being able to get to school because the programs in our cities are cookie cutters and not tailored to individual or family needs. And then the third stage is implementation and evaluation. That is the stage we have to revisit. We were implementing gun violence prevention in this city for 7 years without even knowing prevention is being proactive and preventative and efforts before the trigger is pulled. We've been doing interruption work wrongfully. Excuse me. So with my testimony today, I am here to witness that the One's office does need continued support, but we need, as a community, opportunity for them to be transparent with us, to collaborate with us. We don't want to hear when we call them that they can't help us until a young person is shot or injured or has already committed harm. We want true prevention, one that builds out the efficacy of our youth. Because if prevention was implemented with intervention and treatment, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bell, for your testimony. And I want to thank you for the work that you do that I find very inspiring. And I know you've been talking about this and doing this work for a long time and trying to make sure that the right attention is where it needs to be. And I deeply appreciate that. I want to ask you about something you just touched on. And I feel like this is kind of a theme with a lot of the witnesses today. There seems to be like people are responding to something that I have not said, but that may have been said by others, which is this idea of wait, don't undermine the program, don't disband violence interruption, but more needs to be done. And so if you didn't hear my remarks at the outset, I just want to reiterate, I believe in violence interruption. I believe in our violence interruption specialists and workers and ones, and will continue to do everything I can to make sure that the program is set up for success. So that just is baseline to make sure we're all on the same page about. The piece that I'm curious about is when you say, but more needs to be done around transparency or around communication. What is that looking like from your perspective when you have somebody in need that you're trying to serve and reaching out for resources, or a program that you're trying to connect to ones and they're trying to have access? Like what are those practical gaps there? Because there are areas that we can focus on to improve without doing away with the whole system, and that is my intention.
So first and foremost, I was someone who didn't, as a founder, apply for the mini grant because, again, it is very meticulous and tedious and taxing to first apply for a grant that says it's prevention. But again, the monitoring is based on how you react to something, how you mediate something, and harm has to happen in order for the event to happen or the program to happen. So just because it doesn't really align technically with us and our values and visions under public health, we didn't apply for it. But as Marcellus mentioned, representation from the bottom and Trigger, we serve the same young people. And so where he falls, I try to pick up, and where I fall, he tries to pick up. But we never received invitation from the one's office to come in and talk about, some of the things that they're dealing with. That again, as individuals, if they have an IEP and they're hungry and they have idle time, that is literally a recipe for perpetration or victimization. And so the one's office has really offered to just be like a resource, but when they bring their resources, it's only what they are able to do. And I understand that now because they're receiving grants and contracts. So they have to report back on things with the funding that they're giving to the community. So I get it, but we would like to know where they want to move forward in the next year. There's been leadership change. I know people who are texting and friends and have relationships, but personally speaking, for Trigger, it's been difficult to find avenues to collaborate other than them being able to bring their tent and their resources. And I say that back in 2019, I went into debt with an event that I thought that they were going to support, but I didn't know how funding worked back then. So, I just didn't have, they could have provided tech assistance or I don't know, just transparency on what that looks like. And then also, there was a funding opportunity that went through the ONES program as well that we were supposed to go after. But again, it doesn't, we feel limited in our opportunity to really serve the community because it's dictated by the monitoring and reporting of a grant. And prevention needs, I know this word is scary for many, but unrestricted, multi-year support. And in order for that to happen, community voice for the ones and for all of government should feel, something like motivation instead of like a burden. We're not complaining that we're hungry. We really are. One of our mothers that Marcellus and I serve, she had her food stamps stolen, and it takes 45 days to investigate. I think a human can die in that amount of time without food. So, there needs to be urgency, and we need transparency. We can't call and say, hey, do you have safe housing for this? And they say no, because the grant was over at the fiscal year, and now this person died after the fiscal year, so we can't. That we would like more collaboration.
Okay. I hear you. Well, thank you very much, Spell. Really appreciate you being here. And as I said, all of the work that you do every day to prevent violence.
Bless you.
I am going to move on to our last public witnesses and experts who have been extremely helpful to the district in our effort to get this right. And we really appreciate you joining us again in person. Joseph Richardson, the co-director, the University of Maryland Progress Initiative, and Danielle Webster, I have listed as a public witness, but I'm going to get your full. Maybe you both can introduce yourself as you begin. My apologies. And thank you again for joining us, and you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As you mentioned, I am a gun violence researcher and co-director of the University of Maryland Progress Initiative, which is a gun violence research initiative committed to conducting equitable, community-engaged gun violence research in the National Capital Region and the state of Maryland. I'm here today as a supporter of community violence intervention strategies, both nationally and on a local level here in Washington, D.C. And in full disclosure, I'm also the co-chair of the DC Violence Fatality Review Committee. I'm actually missing my recommendation committee meeting right now to be here. So shout out to them, and former research director and founding director of the Capital Region Violence Intervention Program, which was the first hospital-based violence intervention program in the District of Columbia, which I also worked very closely with Councilmember McDuffie to draft the legislation and language in the NEAR Act, which included hospital violence intervention programs. My colleague, Daniel Webster, who is to the right of me, and I are currently evaluating the effectiveness of community violence intervention programs, specifically street outreach intervention programs in the District of Columbia. As principal investigator for this longitudinal evaluative study funded by Arnold Ventures, I am leading the qualitative research component, which includes conducting focus groups, in-depth interviews, field observations, and digital storytelling with CVI leadership, frontline staff, and participants in CVI conflict mediation and resolution efforts. Qualitative research is critically important to filling knowledge gaps regarding the nuanced and layered work that CVI workers do that may not be captured by quantitative data. This approach also provides valuable, insightful context to CVI work by centering the voices, narratives, and stories of CVI workers and the vulnerable populations they work with. To date, we have 6 CBOs who conduct CVI work in the district agree to participate in this study. 4 are under the Office of the Attorney General, Cure the Streets, and 2 are under the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. While there are 4, or at one point there were 4 CBOs under one's Life Deeds and VPN, our research study team reached out to them for several months via email and by phone. But Life Deeds ultimately declined to participate in the study, and VPN ultimately was non-responsive. And so I want to make a point that we reached out to them well before this incident with Councilman Trayon White. We've been trying to reach out to them for well over 6 months. And so in our site visits, we have conducted 6. We are now on our second round. We have now completed 4. So I'm going to speak from a sample size of 10 site visits. And during these site visits, while they're not focus groups, we've gained a lot of input and insight from CVI workers regarding the challenges with effectively doing this work. So I want to start with a quote from one of the CVI workers who was participated in our site visit. "We are first responders. This is what we signed up for. We know we can be called at any time. We are like policemen and firemen. We are just like firemen. We are putting out fires all day. It's just a different kind of fire." So several of the themes that emerged from our conversations, one which was discussed throughout this conversation, focused on salary. And we know that the average VI worker earns between $50,000 and $55,000 in a city where the average rent is $2,320 for a one bedroom. So if you do the math, that's $27,000 a year, which is 56% of a frontline staff's yearly earnings before taxes. That's not a sustainable living wage. In addition, we also heard regarding the lack of overtime pay. Many of our CBI workers are working 24 hours a day because they live in the same communities where they work. And so there's never a time for a day off, which also raised the issue regarding housing assistance. We have workers who are living in the same communities where they work. And unlike other public safety workers such as law enforcement, which typically do not live in the same communities where they police, we should have the same expectation for our public safety workers who engage in this kind of work. Yet, we have many workers who are suffering from traumatic stress, exacerbation of other mental health conditions because they live in the same neighborhoods where they work. And so we need to provide, this is coming from them, the same kind of benefits and housing assistance that we provide with other public safety workers or teachers, whether it's law enforcement, firemen, or our other public safety workers in the city. There is no hazard pay, despite the fact that many of our CVI workers put themselves in the line of fire every day. And in fact, we've had several who have either died on duty or off duty from a non-fatal or fatal shooting. And then furthermore, the inequitable distribution of resources in the CBO, among CBOs in the CVI space. And what we've learned is if you're a savvy director, it's very easy for you to tap into other sources of support, for example, to get a grant to hire someone, for example, like a licensed clinical counselor. But if you're a director of a CBO that's not very savvy, it's very difficult for you to gain those additional resources. So we see a great deal of inequality in terms of the way CBOs are resourced across the board. And then we mentioned job security. The yearly renewals of grants, creates a climate where CVI workers have no job security. Workers worry from year to year whether they will be employed, and this creates a climate of scarcity, impacts performance, morale, and in my estimation, increases the opportunity for corruption. Safety, in terms of the hazardous conditions that many of our CVI workers are involved in every day. There are no bulletproof vests, there are no badges, there are no guns, but we are asking our CVI workers to put their lives on the line without being provided the adequate safety that they need. Resources, as many of our colleagues have mentioned earlier, you cannot ask an individual to put the gun down without replacing it with something of equal value. And at times, this is a hit or miss with frontline staff's ability to connect participants with resources. At times, it may be as simple as the inability to purchase a suit for a participant scheduled for a job interview. When frontline staff are unable to fulfill the resource needs of participants, it may undermine the trust and relationships with frontline staff. We also have heard of many frontline staff coming out of their own pockets to pay for activities to take many of their participants outside of the neighborhood. And in addition, we also are seeing that many CVI workers are engaged in other forms of public health work. I visited 2 sites where we have CVIs who are distributing Narcan. And in many cases, I asked one of the CVI workers, well, how often do you use Narcan? And his response was, I'm using it multiple times a week. And so here we have CVI workers who are not only engaged in addressing gun violence as a public health issue, they're also addressing the opioid epidemic in this city. And so we're placing the burden on our CVI workers not only to take on the responsibility of reducing conflict, but also addressing a separate epidemic. And as my colleague, Del McFadden would say, he frames this as mission drift. Just want to uplift and pin that. And then finally, the two things that we heard regarding the models. We clearly know that there's a CURE model being used by our street outreach initiative under the Office of the Attorney General. But under the one sites, there is no model. And I've heard mentioned today that there were two models. Actually, they're not. There's one. There are 27 other sites who are left at their own discretion to engage and create whatever conflict mediation strategies they think are appropriate. And last, the staff challenges. We know under the CURE model, each site has 10 staff members, 4 VIs, 4 outreach workers who are covering a significant amount of territory. But yet we see under the one's office, and we have interviewed, and some of those VIs were in this room earlier, we have VIs who are covering multiple communities and multiple neighborhoods, and there's one VI assigned to that site. That's not sustainable. And so these differences, even in terms of the way the models operate in the city, is something that we need to reconcile. And then the last things I would say is just in terms of strategic plan. And while Pastor Golston did mention that we have multiple strategic plans, I don't think we have a standardized approach to many of the issues that we're dealing with in the city right now. For example, social media. If you would ask every single VI what is their approach, you would find multiple different answers in terms of how they approach social media as a driver of violence in the city. And so I will close with, until we complete our evaluation with the quantitative and qualitative findings that suggest how we can enhance the effectiveness of CVI programs in the district, we do not need the violence intervention budget to be cut. We need to hold the line with robust funding for these programs. I thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Daniel Webster, John Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. Thank you as well for joining us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I really feel honored to be in this space where so many individuals have come forward to really, in search of solutions to such a pressing problem of gun violence. Just briefly, my background, I've been leading research and actually developed first course on violence prevention from a public health perspective at Johns Hopkins, where I'm a professor and scholar connected to the Center for Gun Violence Solutions. I've studied community violence intervention in Baltimore since 2007, and I regularly review research and engage with practitioners doing this work across the country, learn many lessons from them. And so what I'm going to share with you is a little bit about what we've learned, and also briefly mention what we've done to date on the current study in DC. As Dr. Richardson mentioned, we have our own lanes. Dr. Richardson is focusing on a qualitative research component. I'm overseeing the analyzing of gun violence at a neighborhood level. We've analyzed data from 2014 through July of this year. And we've done it at a very microscopic sort of level of sort of block by block, and whether they've had different CVI programs in those spaces at given times. And what we're doing basically is through a couple of sort of state-of-the-art analytic approaches, comparing trends to see whether they change in response to the implementation of these programs in comparison to places that don't get them. Thus far, I will be very clear and frank that we're not seeing beneficial effects. We will have a more complete report towards the end of this calendar year, where we will have more implementation data and context to better explain that. But it's, as Dr. Richardson explained, we're already learned a lot about the structure and functioning of the program, that I think two things really stand out. One, he underscored, and honestly, I think this may be the most important, is the staffing levels are nowhere remotely close to what other cities have used in neighborhoods to drive down violence. So in medical research, if you give a tiny bit of a particular drug and it doesn't respond, you don't always say, well, that drug doesn't work. You say, we haven't given it the appropriate dosage or strength. That's clearly the case with the programs overseen by ones, undoubtedly. Secondly, again, this has been brought up by several people. There is no real model or structure to guide the work. If you look at research I've done or other studies on community violence intervention, they're very clear underlying theories and processes that have to take place in order to drive violence down. In the studies that I've done in Baltimore, sort of a basic cure violence interruption model, we're seeing about 20 to 25% reductions in gun violence. And quite honestly, compared to some other cities, I think we're kind of bare bones. We haven't done nearly as much as I see in places like New York or Chicago. There are other models too that go beyond violence interruption to address many of the issues that we've been covering here. I think that the district needs to sort of really pin down what the model is, what's lacking. Some academics sort of confine themselves to what's already been studied. I think there is room for innovation, and that the program needs to be informed by a careful review of the shootings and the context. Already in this hearing today, people have identified system gaps that really explain why we're not getting the outcomes that we need to get. So our center is promoting an approach called a Violence Reduction Council that systematically looks at these cases in a very in-depth way to identify what are changeable things, either in near term or in longer terms. I led such a process in Baltimore. Dr. Richardson is leading some of that work here. But to give you an example, we found of almost every person involved in a homicide as a victim or a shooting in Baltimore had not graduated high school. That should tell you something about a system failure in our education system. Typically, those individuals had learning disabilities that were not addressed early. It's just one example. I could give additional ones. But if you truly want to lean into a public health approach to this, it has to be driven by the data and a system response to it. And the violence interruption is part of that. But for it to truly have the best impact, in my view anyway, I think you need a systems approach and a commitment to address the system failures that have already been identified in our discussion. I'll just close just with one message I want to be clear about is when Dr. Richardson and I started on this project, we were doing this certainly as scientists. We want to know the effects of programs, but we are coming to this space to really try to be helpful. We want to generate data that's going to tell us where we need to go. And we want to also apply our expertise in any way that we can in a productive way. There's many experts, Marcus, others, that learn tremendous amount. We can contribute to that too. So I think I'll conclude my remarks there.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Webster and Dr. Richardson, for your testimony and for joining us today and all of the continued research you are doing into our program here in the district and around the country. It is absolutely crucial to make sure that we are moving forward in a productive direction. And when you talk about those examples in Baltimore of looking at those similarities, we have had a major challenge in the district on getting access to that data. It's one of the things that we put in Secure DC to make sure that we could look at the consistency of what we know of homicide, people who had perpetrated a homicide and people who had been victim of a homicide, and look at the consistency of what was going on in their childhood. We weren't able to look at that before, the way that our privacy laws were set up with the Department of Healthcare Finance. And so it is very important that we continue to use those insights that we're seeing in other jurisdictions to inform how we move forward. I'm really interested in this concept that you mentioned, Dr. Richardson, around mission drift, because it is one of the clearest disagreements I hear from people in the community I speak to who do this work. Some say we have gotten way too far off from what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be focused on violence reduction. We're supposed to be focused on violence prevention. We are not able to accommodate the entire universe of real human needs that people have. And on the other hand, I speak to people all the time who tell me the exact opposite. They say violence prevention specialists will never be successful unless they can more accurately and helpfully provide people with food and housing assistance and the social services they need. So as we figure out how we move forward, how do we bridge that divide of two very real and understandable perspectives on that?
I mean, that's a great question. And I guess as researchers, our goal is to uncover like where we can find a happy medium with that, because you're going to hear varying perspectives. We've heard varying perspectives even regarding salary, right? Like, and overtime pay. Some people are very adamant about increasing the salary and overtime, and some people are thinking, well, I don't need to increase the overtime pay. I'm okay. But I would say that in terms of doing the work, I think we are placing an enormous burden on CVI workers, at least from their perception, the belief that they should be solving everything. And CVI workers don't have the ability to just wave a magic wand and solve all of the structural problems that exist in society right now. And so while I do agree that I think on their behalf, it's very honorable to believe that you can solve all of those issues, I don't think that there's the capacity or bandwidth to do it, or resources. And so when we have to be very clear about what our expectations are. And when we have CVI workers that are engaging now in addressing another epidemic, when we haven't clearly had, which is why we're here today, because we haven't addressed the epidemic that they are paid and tasked with addressing, then we need to be focused on what that mission is. But I also believe that just in terms of resources, and this has been discussed extensively today, regarding the inability to provide participants with resources that would move them away from engaging in behaviors that would lead to either being a perpetrator or a victim, or both, of gun violence. That's a really tricky task. And I can definitely say that, speaking as someone who has been a practitioner in that space, that you're often relying on the referral point to come through with what you promised. And often the VIs don't have the ability to vet whether those referrals are actually reputable. And that's where it can break down. Because if you're sending someone to an individual who they don't know, and it's based on your word and your cosign, and that doesn't work, then you may have lost a relationship with that person. And part of the challenge is in the work is, at least for VIs, is drifting away from what that mission is. When do we draw the line on how far you should go in terms of opioid addiction, other public health epidemics that are occurring in the city? We found that during COVID, switching over to to providing masks and engaging in work, outreach work to address the COVID epidemic, right? So I think we just need to be very clear about what the mission is for our VI workers because they're getting a lot of mixed messages, and particularly when you have the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement where there's literally no model for engaging. And this is one thing I remember in our conversations, which stood out to me, is that the Cure model is like 7-Eleven. And the Ones model is like the neighborhood corner store, right? And there's one model that you can find in every city, and you can buy the same thing in every city. You can get a Slurpee, right? And you can get a Big Gulp, and you can find that in every state and every city across the country. Where with the Ones model, it's more, what is this model tailored to this neighborhood? I'm not here to claim whether one is effective or not because we're not through that analysis yet. But I do think it is problematic to be in a city where you have two organizations that are engaged in the work and they're using totally separate approaches.
I'd like to respond to that. I think that the way many violence intervention programs are structured is you have some individuals who are outreach, some are very specifically violence interrupters, and then sites typically have a violence prevention coordinator. That violence prevention coordinator role is someone who helps with managing referrals and all of those systems. So New York City made a major investment in this approach now almost 20 years ago. And it was overseen most of those years by someone named Eric Cumberbatch, who is really an amazing leader. He eventually was deputy in the mayor's office of criminal justice and overseed the neighborhood safety office. And Eric happens to be a student of mine. He's getting a master's of public health. What Eric did to try to make these programs most effective and work well is at his level, he was running interference to make sure that the city agencies were responsive to those needs in an incredibly timely manner and in a manner that was appropriate for the population that they were dealing with. Individuals with serious histories of violence who distrust almost everybody in every system, right? And so Eric, there are roles throughout. There's roles in a community-based organization to help with this process, but honestly, it doesn't work particularly well if you don't have someone in leadership who runs interference, addresses these system issues, and very quickly, and timeliness is so important. Finding people a safe place to be, food, just the basics, you need it immediately. And so they had that kind of relationship in New York City so that those programs were most effective. And I think that's sort of what you're aiming for now.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Try to do both a little bit, but with a coordinator role who's not the actual CVI specialist, but who's trying
Yeah, just to underscore, maybe I should have underscored this point, is that the violence interrupters do not have the time, energy, connections and everything to do all of these other referrals and other things that need to happen. So to support them, you need these other pieces working because they are way overburdened right now. There's no way they can do everything with the staffing levels and the structure.
I hear you. Okay, thank you both very much.
Point I would add, and I think that's the difference in the model. When you have the Cure model, you have the VIs who are actually paired with the outreach worker, right?
Mhm.
And so they're aware of all of the challenges that the VI is encountering with participants and the needs of those participants because they're paired, they're canvassing the communities together. That's not the same model with the Ones. You have 7 case managers who are assigned to be points of referral for the VIs, but they're not actually out in those communities with the VIs understanding what those needs really are.
I got you. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you both. I do want to recognize we've been joined by my Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau for an 8-minute round, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Fruman for an 8-minute round after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to this panel for sharing your expertise. Dr. Richardson, can you talk more about the mental health crisis among VI workers and what you think we should be doing more of or less of?
Sure. We've heard that in numerous conversations in terms of people bringing their trauma to the work as they're entering the work. And I think we definitely need to be honest about people bring their own traumatic experiences to the work, and which may be exacerbated by doing the work. But I also, just in terms of how culturally responsive the resources are. And so I know that there are resources, and I've seen this also in my own work, that there are resources that we use as points of referral for mental health, but then people will get there and realize, as in any other, if you just took a day-to-day approach to someone going to see a mental health therapist and they're not connecting with them.
Yeah.
And so we often find that we're saying, well, we're offering you the services, but you're not taking advantage of them. We see that with our participants, right? You go into it and there, for some reason, there's no connection, but this is the only place that you've been directed to. And so that often frays that relationship and taints that relationship with accessing mental health. But to reinforce my point regarding even the housing, I mean, I totally I understand that the approach is people should come from the neighborhoods where they live, and we focus on individuals who live in those neighborhoods to recruit as VIs, right? Because they understand those neighborhoods, they have the credibility and trust in those neighborhoods. But I also think there's a challenge when you're asking someone to live in the same neighborhood that they're working in. And for many VIs, I think this can ultimately present a challenge for some, because there's no separation. And so when we have VIs saying that we need to have the same kind of resources that we would see with other public safety workers, like law enforcement or firemen or even teachers that have the opportunity to live in another neighborhood that's outside of the community where they work, because they're never off.
Right.
And we hear that all the time. This is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. And I can be called at any moment. I never have a point of separation unless you intentionally create one.
That makes sense. Have you seen anyone doing that well?
No.
Yeah.
But we just started. So if you ask me this maybe 6 months from now, I may have a different answer for you.
I look forward to that. You referenced a strategic plan regarding social media as a tool of violence in the city. Can you talk more about that?
Sure. So during our site visits, we hear a lot about social media, and it's pretty much an ad hoc approach, and it can vary from VI to VI, from site to site in terms of how it's addressed. And so what my suggestion or recommendation, just in terms of strategic plan, is that we really need to gather more data on what that looks like, between the sites and among VI workers, and then come to some agreement or resolution regarding the standardization of how we create, for example, a toolkit. How should we address it? Because in any conversation that I've had with CVI workers, Some have suggested 75% of all conflicts in some way, shape, or form are tied to social media. But if we were to ask each VI, well, how are you trained to address it? Everyone would have a different response. And so it's often based on the context and it's very ad hoc. And I don't believe at the time, while it was mentioned in the strategic plan, I think the way that social media has been used, particularly around the city and the organization of violence, has changed. And so we're not traditionally looking at neighborhoods where you have one neighborhood which is in conflict with another, and there's an extensive history of that conflict. The way that social media and music, I would also include, has changed the dynamics in the way that young people interact with each other. And so you could have a community where they would traditionally have been at odds with each other, with now young people connecting with other people from other sides of the city where they traditionally would have never hung out, now hanging out in other neighborhoods because they're connected through social media. That changes the dynamics of the way that the work is done.
So you're seeing it can be a positive.
Sure, if we do it the right way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was thinking about it only in the other sense where we see sometimes these beefs spring up on social media, but makes sense that that would be two sides to that story. Thank you for that. Dr. Webster, you were talking about staffing levels not being where they should be. Can you talk more about that?
Sure. In pure violence sites, for example, violence, one of the most common forms of violence interruption, you will see 5 to 10 workers per neighborhood, depending sort of on how big it is and the needs. What we see in the neighborhood sites for ones, which admittedly are somewhat smaller, but still, you know, about two workers. And it literally is just impossible to mediate conflicts with 1 or 2 people. You cannot do it safely. And so I think that there's some basic structural disconnects between what they're being asked to do and what they actually can do with only a couple of people working in the neighborhood.
And what about our CURE teams? Are they meeting the staffing levels of the national model?
They're approximate, maybe a little lower, but they're at least in the ballpark.
Okay, that's helpful to know. So we are between, like, we're at a decision-making point, sort of, with the two models, except for some would argue, and I think some you have that we don't really know yet which one's the better model because we haven't fully implemented what the vision was. But the question is being called, right, in the District of Columbia. If you were sitting up here, what would you do?
I would clearly have one program that is coordinated to work. In essence, you need to map your program onto the nature of the problem. And violence is not sort of compartmentalized in the way that we structure our CVI programs. So I think the other really important thing I want to underscore is that we have to make hard decisions about where we can do this well enough to actually move the dial and reduce violence. Unless you're going to devote a lot more resources, you're going to have to shrink the areas where you're working. And that's just sort of a hard decision that needs to be made. So I think you need to be in fewer spaces. You need to be more intensive. It needs to be one program. And it needs to be informed both by data, but by the experience of people who are doing the work that have insights, because some of these program models, frankly, are a little bit outdated. And for the social media component, we're starting to update protocols for addressing violence on social media in Baltimore, Detroit, New Orleans. But these are brand new endeavors, but they're really needed because there were gaps. So you can't completely always take a program off the shelf, but you can at least have a starting point and then build on that based upon the nature of the violence that you're looking at. So it has to be informed by a careful review of the violence.
Dr. Richardson, do you have something you want to add there?
I would echo it. I think we need to have one voice and one voice that moves to the same beat. And right now we don't.
Yeah.
We have, and from one standpoint, we have 27 different beats and 27 different voices. Right. But I do agree that we need innovation in terms of where we are. Many of the models that we're using are outdated. We need to have more of a voice from the people who are actually doing the work on the ground in terms of what that model should look like, how we can improve the model, and what ways do the current models that we're using, do they really align with the day-to-day reality of the work? And what we're often hearing from people on the ground is that they're not. They're pulling pieces from the model and adapting the model to the work that they're doing. But I think we need to have a serious discussion and a hard discussion about how the ways that we can improve and maybe create a different model from the model that we've been using for over the past 3 decades.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to my Ward 3 colleague, Matt Furman, to see what questions he has.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. And thank you very much to all of the witnesses today. This is an incredibly important subject. I have been listening to the full hearing, but came down for this testimony. And I am going to have to leave again at 3:30, so I'm going to want to use my time efficiently. First, I want to start with a big, broad question that I hope has a short answer. Have you or others done the same kind of parallel quantitative and qualitative analysis of these kinds of programs? And to the extent that's been done, which programs have stuck out as having been the most effective as we're looking at what we should be doing in the District of Columbia?
That's a great question. I wish I could give you several examples. Honestly, I can't think of one. So we've tried to do that in Baltimore, combining the qualitative and the quantitative. We were sort of a step behind a little bit in the qualitative, so we got some of it, but not in an ideal way. In most of the other intervention models, the bulk of the research has been on quantitative outcomes. And actually, Dr. Richardson is a leader in the field trying to change that, because we believe that to really learn the most, you need what we call mixed methods. You need both the rigorous quantitative analysis with the in-depth qualitative to truly learn like what's working and why, and meet the challenges that you learn.
So I hear that, but if what's more happened is the quantitative analysis, where are the places where the quantitative analysis has shown that these programs have made the largest significant difference?
Qualitatively?
Quantitative.
So cure violence interruption model has been around the longest and been evaluated the most. And so I could point to more studies that are showing beneficial effects from that model than others, but honestly, part of that is just how long the program has been around. So some of the newer models, CRED, READY, ROCA, that incorporate cognitive behavioral therapy, behavior change with employment connections and so on. There are fewer studies. They're very promising. They're more at the individual level, showing individual change that is very encouraging and promising. But we don't have like sort of community-wide effects from those programs. So each of these program models are structured a little bit differently. So the ones that I've been looking at are more neighborhood-based, so the measures are neighborhood. Some of the models are much more intensive on the individual level. And so the research maps that. So we'll know on participants in READY, CRED, for example, fairly large reductions in offending rates. but I've yet to see sort of how that translates into community effects, just sort of the nature of how the research is structured.
It's so interesting that we really are at the cutting edge on this and trying to figure out what's the best way. And you are groping, trying to measure it as we're doing it, building the airplane as we're doing it. For us, that's a challenge in terms of looking at these programs and to what extent do they need support, increased support. It's a lot of it is new. Doesn't mean it's not super important, but it's new. I was struck, Dr. Richardson, when you talked about your outreach and the non-participation of Life Deeds in one of the other organizations. And I would think my antenna went up for me. I wonder if antenna go, how often do you confront that where you're trying to do this kind of research in such an important area and then you have somebody who won't participate?
In my work, at least in this space, this is the first time that I've encountered that.
So obviously, plenty of things in the news about Life Deeds that could make us be concerned, but also that strikes me as a source of concern. And it goes to, I want to support these efforts. They strike me as incredibly important and can make a real difference. I'm wondering what you see in terms of oversight structures in other jurisdictions, and maybe this goes to others. We want these programs stood up, but now we're having you do an analysis and it's periodic and we're lucky to have that. But how do other cities day to day oversee these programs?
Well, it's quite varied is the short answer, but I'll try to focus on the best approaches, at least what I see is that, there are agreements to connected to the funding of what specifically is done. There are monthly collection of data on all the relevant metrics that map onto the program model. And then there are also research partnerships. Now, I want to be clear about what we're doing and strive to do, but honestly can do better, which is we've done kind of the hard work on statistical modeling and actually think we're in a pretty good place. So we can share what our models are telling us with monthly updates of data. So we can, and I think in an ideal situation, feed that into whoever's overseeing these programs, so they know site by site, based on statistical models, which are performing the best in terms of violence reduction outcomes. And also ideally connect that to what's being reported on these sort of intermediate measures in terms of conflicts mediated and other service deliveries and all of those things. So I think that's sort of what you should strive for is something's clear about what the expectations are, measures of that, and then complemented by external research partners to in somewhat regular way share outcomes.
But and again, sort of building the airplane while we're doing it, to date, we haven't really is it the case that we haven't had that to date, but with the work that you're doing, we're getting the muscles that we could be able to do that going forward?
Well, in terms of us sharing the violence outcome data, absolutely, yes. We have more to do on studying program implementation. That'll take a little while, but it's because again, what Dr. Richard's done is much more in-depth qualitative analysis that doesn't just sort of roll out real quickly. So that's going to take a little bit to do.
No, I hear you. But what I'm thinking about is one of the things, and I think everybody recognizes, I hope, that we need to have one program and with a standardized approach and measurable outcomes. But one thing is, how do you structure that? Another thing is, how do you structure the oversight of it going forward? What is needed in a office that oversees this, or by us on the council, in order to be tracking what's working and what's not because we're in new territory. You need to have close oversight over it, I think. Dr. Richardson?
Now, I think Daniel and I have had this discussion regarding, and I'll speak for myself, regarding the role of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And I think just in terms of oversight and kind of guiding where CBI strategies should be going in the city, at this point, I'm kind of unclear on the role of that office. And I think this is an opportunity for that office to take more of a lead in this space. The one thing that I also just want to make clear, because we are saying that ONES has no model, but I do think this is an opportune time. It's probably a perfect research design that there is no model. Why? Because potentially with the 2 CBOs that we are researching, we may find that there may be a model that they're using, which may be far more effective than the models that we have right now. We don't know that, but that could be the case, right? So I think when we're speaking about innovation, until we actually are in the weeds with sites, and we may find that working with one of the sites that has their own approach may be quite effective. We don't know that. And so I don't want to get a blanket statement that there's no model, right? Because I think that many sites may have their own approaches. We just don't know at this point what that approach looks like, for the record.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It looks like I have gone well over and am late for my next thing. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. When can we expect that your study will be concluded?
So when we applied for our grant and made our grant agreement with Arnold Ventures, we asked for and received 4 years of funding. So we are not looking at this as, okay, we'll put out results and that's the end of the work. So what we promised is that at the end of 2024, we'll issue a report. You can think of it more as an interim report. And what we hope is that the data will inform any next steps as we go out. We will be doing additional analyses for another couple of years. And so there are different iterations there. And in between those sort of 2 big sort of more public reports, again, we'll be feeding the data more internally. So again, that there's learning as we go. We're not going to wait and hold everything at the end, but we're going to be sharing in the spirit of trying to inform the efforts, the planning, the oversight, and even program design potentially.
Thank you very much. So one of the things that has come up a lot today with our public witnesses and over the last several months is this concern that there's not an assurance by the CBOs that they will continue to receive grant money, whether that's in a future year or even be able to be reimbursed. And we have this challenge, which you may have heard me talk about several times today, about our anti-deficiency statute, which disallows us from allocating monies that are outside this next fiscal year. We cannot be the only jurisdiction in the country who has similar budgeting challenges. And so have you seen other jurisdictions that you've worked in overcome this need to go through an annual budget cycle, just like we all do, but in a way that can provide this work a little bit more assurance that they will be able to continue in years into the future?
So I want to be clear that I have not conducted any systematic study across, lots and lots of cities, but I'm in spaces where these things are discussed all the time. I honestly can't think of another city that has 1-year contracts. Typically, it's 2 to 3 years is what I see more normatively. And I guess the thing that I want to really underscore is if the District of Columbia government is going to be serious about community violence intervention as a core component of public safety, you have to, if this statute is standing in the way, I would just say that you need to somehow get over that or get around that, because the work being done, or there needs to be some other kind of assurance to the people doing the work and those organizations that they can count on the funding. Lives are really in the balance. And this is really hard and sometimes demoralizing work. And if you don't think the city has your back when you are doing such dangerous, hard, stressful work, we can't pretend that doesn't affect the quality of the work and therefore the outcomes that we're going to get from it. So either we're going to get serious about a commitment or we're not. If you're not going to get serious, it will affect your outcomes.
Yeah, well, I hope folks in Congress are listening, because my understanding is that this is not something that we can just decide to get over or get around. This is a congressional imposition on us that continues to be a hurdle in a lot of different contexts. And this is a particularly important one when we talk about the physical investment that's needed and the message that we're sending to these CBOs and CVIs of that we believe in you and that we believe in the program. And so I just name that as not an excuse for not proceeding, so that we can all think together about another creative way to accomplish the goal with our current structure.
What I think it's created is a climate of scarcity, right? Where everyone's struggling to get resources, almost like a Hunger Games kind of culture, right? Where no one's very sure about whether they're going to have their job from one year to the next. And quite honestly, and I'll say this is my opinion, I think it often opens the door for corruption.
I want to make one other comment on this, because one, I totally understand how you're boxed in by Congress, so totally get that. I want to go back to Pastor Golston's comments about engagement with philanthropy and business. Really, if you want a sustainable model, there needs to be intentional action to bring all of these partners to the table to do this right. Chicago has done it, I think, very effectively, just as one example. And given the kind of constraints that you're under, I think business and philanthropic support in sort of a strategic agreement that we're going to achieve this together, I think probably, this particular context, it couldn't be more important from my viewpoint.
Okay, thank you.
And I would agree. I appreciate that you invited Kirby Garrity to this conversation, but I would also say, just in my experiences, just working in the district, that voice hasn't really been represented at the table in terms of CVI. Like the foundations that are more DC based, this is probably the first time in doing this work within the past few months that I've actually seen foundations taking the lead. And in fact, I just spent the past 4 or 5 months working with community foundations, and DC was part of that. I worked with 4 cities, DC, Denver, Philadelphia, and Indianapolis. And this was the first time I've even sat at the table with program officers from DC that are now really trying to be engaged and support the work. And so I would encourage, and I appreciate that you invited Ms. Garrity to this conversation, and I would hope we would have more support from DC-based foundations in the CVI space.
Absolutely. Thank you both for raising that. And I was similarly excited to have Ms. Garrity here and talk about the work that she's doing with the matching grants, if not matching in full, and the providing those mini grants to those who have already been vetted and received grant funding from the government. I think that's a really creative model. And I know Marcus Ellis has been really leading in this space as well to make sure that we're bringing business and philanthropy to the conversation. When I speak to people across the city in every ward about what can we do to help with violence. This is one of the first things that I say. Everybody has a role to play, whether it's offering jobs, whether it's additional resources, but we're one city, and we all have a responsibility to play to reduce violence. There are, of course, certain limitations on what we as elected officials can do around soliciting particular dollars for particular organizations. And I'm always extremely conscientious of that dynamic, particularly given the impetus for some of our discussion today. And so I just named that. So we can all be transparent about what some of our possible hurdles are and how we can continue to move forward in the right and in the same direction together. So I really, really appreciate you both being here. Good luck with the remainder of your study. We eagerly await to see the entire thing in full. We look forward to hopefully having a more in-depth briefing with you all when that's concluded as well. And we will keep moving. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that concludes our public witness testimony for today's hearing. We're going to now turn to our government witnesses. Joining us today are Lindsay Appiah, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and Quelly Sneed, the Interim Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Welcome to you both. As you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you to turn your microphone on. Go. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat. I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have. We can begin with Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah.
Good afternoon. Oh, let me put that down. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, council members, and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Today, I'm here with Quelly Sneed, Interim Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or WUNS, to provide executive testimony on WUNS's oversight of violence intervention grants. The mission of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is to build partnerships and implement strategies that reduce gun-related violence in the district. WUNS fulfills this mission by coordinating the district's gun violence prevention and intervention initiatives using both public health and public safety tools, and by focusing on identifying and engaging with those most likely to be involved in gun violence, providing them with an alternative to crime. It would not be possible to accomplish this vital agency mission without the hard work and dedication of our employees. So I want to say a deep thank you to all of the employees of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. There are a lot of them here, so I'm looking over there. And I know there's others watching, for their hard work, their dedication and commitment to serving our residents. And I also want to thank the host of partners in this work, from our community-based providers doing critical work to support the communities we serve, our violence interrupters who've gone above and beyond to help us drive down gun violence. We appreciate you. The Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement began in fiscal year 2018, opening its doors in October of 2017. Since that time, the agency has grown substantially through significant investments in both budget and staff, which you see here. Much of the acceleration and growth was through the investment of federal dollars. However, our commitment to the agency's work is demonstrated through the allocation of local dollars that sustain much of those increases in this fiscal year. In fiscal year 2025, which we're in now, the agency has an approved budget of $25.7 million and 88 FTE, down just slightly from the FY24 approved numbers. And some of that is through a transfer of the office of the WUNS Leadership Academy to my office. It is of note, however, that throughout the pendency of the agency's existence, what you see in the percentage of total operating budget, violent gun crime specifically also increased in pretty significant amounts. But we are encouraged by where we are today. One of the things that we talk about frequently, as I've been in here a number of times, is that we are pleased and encouraged by the progress that's being made in violent crime across our city. Today, we are down 35% in violent crime. which is through the hard work of the ecosystem that we talk about. There is no one piece that allows us to get there. What you see before you is gun crime. We are down significantly year to date in gun crime. And so what this represents is over the past, you see 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And so over time, what you see here, the yellow is citywide. So while there have been increases citywide, there have been certainly years where ones has seen less increases in their gun violence, but we are extremely encouraged by that down this year, which you can see here that violent gun crime citywide is down 40%, and that's specific to gun crime. So that's why the violent crime total is 35%, gun crime, even greater decreases. And in the ones priority areas, we're down 32%. And that is of note because what we know to be true is that one's priority communities were chosen. They were chosen based upon data, which those 25 priority communities that one's serves in, which we'll talk about in a minute a little bit more, actually represent some of our most vulnerable communities to gun crime. And so we really do celebrate that 32% because of what it represents. As you've heard me testify before this committee several times, and certainly in April, I think most recently, the One's Violence Intervention Initiative currently serves 25 priority communities. I've heard like lots of different numbers, but these are the 25 priority communities that One serves across 6 wards, wards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, in partnership with 5 community-based organizations that directly hire our violence interrupters. And those communities are listed here. So you can see our CBO partner and the communities that they serve. And through the daily partnership, and I truly mean that, daily partnership and committed work of ones, of our VIs, who I see, many of them here, Mr. Falwell, and my team in DMPSJ, we're seeing reductions in violent gun crime for every provider. So what this is violent gun crime by community-based organization year to date. So this is through October 1, so through kind of January 1 to October 1. And you can see across provider, and I'm sorry, Mr. Falwell, we will work on the maps because I know he sees that and is like, there is not an increase in homicide in my area. So I want to note that because because I know. So, but you can see regardless of that we have reductions ranging anywhere from 23% reduction in total violent gun crime to 49%. And so those are really significant. To me and to us, any reduction is significant because what each of those numbers represent is people, communities not being traumatized at the levels that we've seen before. And like I said, these are some of our most vulnerable communities to gun violence. And so we really do celebrate that. We do not take decreases for granted because we know we've certainly been in a space over time where we've seen increases. And so what we know to be true is that it takes very, very hard work. I've heard kind of conversation about models and these various things. I want to continue to acknowledge the hard work of the VIs who I've met with several times this year and several times with our community-based organizations. We had a conversation, our first conversation in January about where we were and what we needed to see. That the earlier slides that you saw where there have been significant investments. One's is a relatively young agency, but we jumped to, I think it was in $30 million and 100 FTE in a relatively short period of time. But last year we had 274 homicides. And what we talked about was we cannot continue at that we need to work together to bring those numbers down because in addition to the homicides, we had over 900 people shot in the district last year. Many people in their communities, many people that they knew. And we all agreed that was not going to be the continued story for our city. So I say that because when people talk about models or these various things, gun crime doesn't just go down. It doesn't. And people are I've heard some denigration of our models or what we do. I'm pausing here because I want, as you often hear me say here, that the people who do the work every day are deeply committed, whether that's one staff, whether that's our VIs, whether that's our providers across. We have providers doing restorative justice, who are working with our Pathways program, we really are partners in this to drive down gun violence. And so I always kind of end, and have a little bit more to say, but I never, it is worth saying thank you again to VIs, one staff, the credible contacts. You heard about us having 1 or 2 VIs, but what you've also heard me say in here is that our credible contact is a continuum from safe passage workers to credible messengers, to roving leaders, to VIs, to everybody working together. And that's really what we have fostered, because we could not actually get reductions with simply 2 in a community. And in fact, our VIs do work very committedly across ward and otherwise together, and even outside of the communities in which they work, because we know that violence doesn't stop at certain borders, to help us to achieve what you're seeing here today. So like I said, these aren't just figures, but they represent people and communities that are less traumatized by persistent gun violence. And so we're committed to sustaining and building on these reductions. There will be continued conversations about how do we strengthen the VI initiative. We have spoken in here about different models, which I will say this, that when we talk about other cities, what anybody will tell you is each city is unique. When we talk about Chicago crew-based violence, is that the same as DC? I don't know that that's the same. There are some characteristics that are the same. But the reason we're able to respond in our community is by listening to those who actually have lived experience and are from these neighborhoods. With all due respect to Chicago or anybody else, their numbers are not enviable, right? Like, so we have to see like what is working here in DC and talk about that. Because when it comes to investment, anybody in here will tell you that there is likely no one who's even comparable to the level of investment that the district government is making in this space, whether through ONES itself or through all of the host of things that we know actually go into driving down. Credible messenger or safe passage is a $10 million program, truancy prevention, mental health, or all of the programs that are invested in $100 million worth of granting being done through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, which plays a role in this as well. So I point that out because our model is what's in our city, but we are having conversations about how can we make sure that we continue to push forward. We see results in places like Boston, and that's what we're looking for, right? Is nobody shot, no one dying in our city. And so we kind of put these out here to pause it as part of the conversation. We have spoken and really worked, and Director Sneed will talk about all of the ways that we worked on infrastructure to really put ONES in a position to have strengthened and enhanced compliance and monitoring in-house so that we can truly have a fiscal agent only, which is a model we use in the district and have used for years. Whether it is, I was at DRS a long time, the YouthLink model using lead entities of which ERCP, and PLC have been for a long time, the Children's Youth and Investment Trust Corps, all sorts of different ways in which we have done this so that we can partner with community. Like we have a history in our city of doing this. And so what you see in the first one is really enhancing our compliance capability. And that's what we've worked on a lot this year. Looking at a more ward-based model, which is something that, in speaking honestly with the VI providers and VIs, they're not just limited to a neighborhood, right? Like there may be a focus there, but we know that if something happens, around the corner from a ONES community, like we still need to be working on that. Like that's still like now our goal is to drive down crew-based violence wherever we see it popping up. And so that's one. An enhanced pathways model. When in doing a lot of research on the beginning of ONES, certainly there was adoptions of various different models. One obviously is the advanced peace model, which really does focus its work on its fellow program, which is akin to pathways. And so one model that we're talking about is really training our VIs to do the assessment of people, what's their readiness to enter pathways. And that becomes our real enhanced transformative life kind of mentoring program. And we still maintain some VIs who are trained. We always will need critical incident responders and mediators, but maybe not the collective. That is one model. And then of course there's bringing everything in-house. People want to, if you want to look at how to avoid any potentiality of external issues in how grants are managed or otherwise, there is a possibility of hiring more VIs in-house, but we would obviously point out that they become employees and there are limitations and there are all sorts of challenges with that, and that we value our relationships with community and with community-based partners, which while it has a host of challenges, it also has a lot of pros. And so with that, I just posit those as some of the things that we're looking at and ways that we can continue to strengthen the initiative because we believe in violence interruption and intervention. We believe in prevention. And we continue to invest in that way. And so with that, I'll turn to Director Sneed to talk more about the ways in which under her leadership, really ONES has worked on its infrastructure and ability to actually monitor grants.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In the last year and a half under my leadership, ONES focused on developing the business infrastructure and team building by focusing on hiring key personnel comprising of legal and executive staff that possess the government operations acumen to perform the agency's substantive work. Specifically, ONES hired a chief of staff, general counsel, deputy directors for programs, policy, and data, an administrative officer, a human resources manager, a grants manager, a contracting specialist, asset management, contracting specialist, and budget support personnel. It is with this team that we were able to examine the agency's strategic planning and performance functions more closely and remediate challenges in these areas. Hiring these subject matter experts allowed us to take a deeper dive into ONES operations, human capital needs, data strategy, strategic planning, oversight, compliance, and change management. For example, we examined the existing procurement processes and immediately began correcting some of the challenges of the past by implementing a strategy that is more proactive than reactive in securing services and goods. A strategy that is inclusive of acquisition planning. In the last 18 months, ONES has made clear progress in its contracting processes and its relationship with the Office of Contracts and Procurement. OCP in ONES has established a structure where the procurement authority oversees the strategic and tactical actions of our agency. In the last year and a half, we have instituted proper requirements gathering all the way through contract award in accordance with procurement protocols in alignment with the district government procurement rules and laws. ONES has listened very closely to all the conversations, the meetings within our clusters, our hearings, and roundtable discussions. We hear you loud and clear for the need to in-house its functions as it relates to performance management, reporting, data analytics, grant and contract management, monitoring, and oversight. I am excited to say that ONES has developed and staffed its performance and compliance unit, bringing in-house the functions of data strategy, strategic planning, management, compliance, and change management. Next slide, please. This unit provides the capacity for ONES to performance plan, oversee the budget season prospect, development of strategic plan, values identification, exercises, SWOT analysis, measuring the impact of our outreach, coordinating with OGVP for access to data and reports, and of course, including a component of being able to understand and learn more about best practices in research. For our data governance component, it provides capacity to examine our applications and systems like QuickBase, Smartsheets, and SharePoint. For the quality assurance within this unit, it allows for the team to attend grantee and provider services, review the quality of submitted documentation, train on SOPs that govern the performance and compliance processes. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is just a description of the different positions that have been recruited for this unit, as well as I think it's important for me to note that a lot of this has been achieved with our collaboration and partnership with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Next slide, please. In the areas of grant management or grant making and monitoring, the team will engage grantees, providers as necessary and as specified under grant rules and processes. Offering training on compliance, reporting, best practices to enhance the grantee and the vendor capacity. In Q2 of FY '24, we began to bring in-house some of the final decisions as it relates to the grant-related approvals of engagement activities as it relates to one's grantees, sub-grantees programming, allowing for greater oversight over the programmatic progress. In our performance and compliance unit, this is the vision for a fully staffed and functioning unit as you saw before you in the slide before. The strategic planning and performance officer oversees the unit and reports directly to the agency director with a 7-person team reporting with varying skills and responsibilities as outlined on the slide before. On this current slide, upon my arrival, I think it's important for me to note that in FY 2023, WUNS did not have its own grant manual. Under previous administrations, grants were prepared and issued in accordance with the citywide grants manual and source book. As of September of 2024, WUNS adopted the WUNS Grants Management Manual. This manual serves as a detailed and comprehensive guide aimed at ensuring effective management of competitive application processes and oversight of grant funds in accordance with the regulatory requirements. The WUNS manual covers the life cycle of the grant making, grant monitoring processes, covering everything from the RFA process and application review to post-award. Components of this grants management manual has already been applied to the many grants issued by the agency during the summer of FY '24. Under Mayor Muriel Bowser, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement awarded $135,000 to 27 organizations as part of the FY '24 Gun Violence Prevention Mini Grants Program. This program supported community-based programs and activities that focus on gun violence prevention. These organizations include 23 nonprofit organizations, 5 small businesses, and 1 faith-based organization. The awardee services focused on emotional regulation, conflict resolution, building communication skills, increasing behavioral support. Other services will support self-expression through the creative arts, workforce development, mentorship, and financial literacy. As part of the post-award requirements and compliance, award recipients participated in an orientation, grant management training that outlined the financial and programmatic expectations, including site visits, reviews, and ongoing technical assistance. Next slide, please. For the current WUNS Prospective VI grant, the agency will extend the current quality assurance grant to the grantee for an additional 90 days under the existing model to ensure there is no disruption to community-based service delivery. During this time, WUNS will release a new RFA under a different model for service providers in the violence intervention space. The RFA will transition VI grants from a community-based model to a ward-based model. The RFA will be released on October 15th, 2024, with a closing date of November 15th, 2024. A mandatory webinar is scheduled for October 29th, 2024. The award is expected to be on December 15th, 2024, and this grant period is from January 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2025. This RFA includes a menu of solutions to address the reduction of gun violence. In closing, as we reflect on the progress we've made at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, I want to acknowledge the collective effort that has brought about meaningful change in our communities, the reductions in gun violence. As you can see, under the current leadership and management teams, we have prioritized accountability and transparency within our agency. Together, we have built stronger partnerships, rebuilt relationships with communities, sister district government agencies, community leaders, and residents. As we move forward, let us continue to build on this momentum. Thank you for your support, and let's keep working together. I would like to say thank you to the men and women of WUNS for your ongoing commitment to reducing gun violence in our city. And thank you for the opportunity to share.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director Sneed and Deputy Mayor Appiah. We are joined today by my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, and we're going to do 10-minute rounds, Councilmember. So I hear you when you say we need to look at DC because every community is different. But one of the things that we hear a lot about and learn a lot from and looking at all the other cities that have engaged in violence prevention efforts is this buy-in from the executive of the city, whether that's a mayor or governor in some cases, the chief of police, the violence interruption workers, religious leaders, the community. And I hear you all talking about new folks that you've hired, thrilled to hear that. The investment and the commitment that you have to driving down violence in these areas. And I continue to hear, and you may have heard from many of our public witnesses today, that we're missing that buy-in from the executive on violence prevention. So where is the disconnect with what you all are describing today as your focus on this area and the perception by many that it's not where it needs to be?
Yeah, so I mean, I hear people. I think that buy-in is demonstrated in a lot of different ways. One is through budgetary investment. That in this year, when ARPA dollars went away, that the proposal that was made for one sustained many of the investments that have been made with federal funds, with local dollars. Budgets are documents which speak to priority, and the executive which, like, it's the mayor's proposal and proposed continued investments across one's pathways and violence intervention initiative. That's one thing that I would say. The other thing is that, you know, I think I often say that it's my responsibility. I am the deputy mayor for public safety and justice for the executive, for the mayor, right? Like, and so speak often with her, including just before this meeting with the chief, where we were talking about the work that our VIs have done in helping us push down areas like 21st and Trinidad and 7th and O, and where we've had historical challenges. And so the relationship, I would say, between our violence interruption initiative and our police, another part of our ecosystem, is as strong as it's ever been, in recognizing that people play different roles in different lanes. The other thing is that there's been challenges. We're here because of a situation that arose that presented a challenge, but we continue to work together to invest, to continue to move the initiative forward. That's evidence of investment. We had the chief's faith-based initiative that OVSJG invested in, and that many of our VIs and others have been a part of. So I think that one of the things is that we're lucky in the city that we have a lot of people who are involved in different ways, and that is often difficult to pull together. But I will say this, that if you asked, we didn't have many of our actual VIs here today, but to say that my office speaks with ones and the VI initiative on not just a daily basis, but multiple times a day would be accurate, because the way that we actually have driven down is our shooting reviews, which are preceded by weekly meetings with all the ones VIs and ones on Monday, which are preceded by critical incident meetings, both in the juvenile space and otherwise, as soon as an incident occurs. So that to me is evidence of investment. If there is actually an issue, it's that people don't know all of the things that happen in this space, because we've been laser focused on driving down crime, driving down shooting, driving down violence. So what it looks like for people to know what our investment is, I don't always know, but I certainly can say you see a budget, you see us here, you've seen us say we continue to be invested in ensuring that we are coordinated. I look around and I can name our VI organizations that we've met with. We had a summit at the beginning of the summer with all our credible contacts. Our VIs are part of our daily conversations around our safe passage coordination. That to me is investment.
What I want just to add to that is that I think from when you're on the ground, it's probably a different conversation, because we get to see where, like, things like the mini grants, the impact, the excitement around bringing these services to the community. So in terms of investment, we see the appreciation side of the investments that we've made with our organizations, and those that Ms. Garrity early spoke about, the match and how we're extending those services in the community. So I think it's always multiple conversations, but I would say that for those that we see the direct conversation and the impact that we're having. And so it's more of an appreciation in terms of that partnership and being able to provide resources to the community.
Okay. Well, thank you both for that. And I think it's worth giving some thought to about where that disconnect is coming from so that those messages and the buy-in that you all are engaged in every day is felt by
I say
everybody
one more thing?
consistently, because we keep hearing this.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the summer, I talk about the Safe Summer Summit. You know, in our city that gun violence is worse, just like many places during the summer. So in June, we pulled together all our credible contacts, whether it was VI, safe passage workers, credible messengers, roving leaders. There were about 300 up at UDC to do training with Clint Lacey, to do panels, really to get people excited and honestly connected. And the mayor came and spoke. And really conveyed to our VIs directly, like, we need you. We need you to help us identify who's in trouble. We need you to continue working with us to sustain and push forward. And I say this because this was probably the best summer, both just by feeling, but also by data that we have had, because we had things like VIs working with our safe passage providers, doing programming on site at DC Housing Authority complexes like Potomac Gardens and other places where they hadn't done that before. And so you don't always hear about that. And I think we could do a better job of talking about that. But the numbers speak to, you cannot do that without everybody working together. And really with that coming directly from the mayor, which really people left being like, okay, she's like setting a tone for us of like what role we play. And it was that we need our entire sort of spectrum working together. So I just say that.
So thank you for that addition. And I remember that summit, and I think that was really important to have her there and say that message so clearly. So let's talk a little bit about, you mentioned the model of the one sites. And you say on one hand that you have a model, there's a consistent model, but then we heard from Dr. Richardson that in studying all these sites, there is not an adherence to the model. You then said later in your testimony that you're going to be expanding a little bit so that if there's violence across the street, then someone can address that too. And while that is a worthy endeavor, that seems to me to be different than strict adherence to a model where you're going based off of the most violent areas and trying to disrupt that violence. So what is your philosophy on adherence to a model, and how is that going to be worked into the new ward-based approach? Because one other piece I'll add that I've been concerned about is over the last couple of years, and this is on us, we have had expansion of one's sites that are funded by the council, which I believe are well-intentioned and are because a council member may see a site in their ward that they're hearing about violence or that they want to help with, and they believe in the violence interruption model. But how do we continue having these sites be expanded and funded without, again, an adherence to a model of where the most violent neighborhoods are?
So first, I would say that most once expansions haven't occurred that way, that a lot of that has been cure. That we talk about these model cure versus one. Well, cure, like in our city, it's not adhering fully to the cure model, because if it was, it wouldn't be almost all of Ward 4, right? Like these large swaths, because that isn't the cure model. The cure model is usually much more segmented. And so in order to respond to council members who put money into the budget, much of that was put into cure, because ones did the way in which sites were chosen, including the expansion sites, because that was in 2022. It was about November of 21 that the essentially it was 3 additional one sites came along, because it was 22 and they went to 25. Those were by data, right? Primarily. Now there has been, I've heard money put in for certain neighborhoods like 14th and V. Well, what we've regularly pushed back on is the intention of the violence intervention initiative initially was to address crew-based violence. And primarily the neighborhoods chosen were because there were historical crew-based beefs that could be mediated and that gun violence driven down. We've tried to adhere to that like as much as possible. But even at the beginning, if you go back and look at a lot of the kind of documents, which I did, it mixed a lot of different things, but it was kind of grabbing advanced peace, kind of grabbing other things. So when we say model, like The ultimate thing is we're working on people and places where there's violence. That's pretty much everybody's model. Now, some of them are more people focused, and that's the advanced peace model. If we went to everyone into pathways, because if you look at Richmond, California, Stockton, all of the advanced peace sites, they really focus on getting people into that fellowship. So what we're saying is, what is happening in our city? We have to be able to adapt to what is happening in our city with some principles, that if there's a shooting, we sit down, we have a meeting, we do this every time. Is it in a one's area? If it is, like, which provider does anyone know? If not, does anyone know, right? Like, because regardless, we need to work that. The challenge that we have with this current, just so you know, is that if there's a shooting in 7th and O and they've gone over to Deuce 22nd, but nobody works 7th and O, it's not gonna work to say we work with Deuce. They won't shoot. Why? If 7th and O is going to come up and shoot. So we have to be in a position to address what happens in our city. So if 7th and O is beefing with Deuce or anybody up on the east of the river, we have to be in a position to address that. And that's really what we say by, like, really what we believe.
I hear that, but then what is the model? What is our one's model?
So I don't, like, we keep talking about this model thing and no one can define what that means. Ours is there a shooting? Does anyone know the person who's the shooters? Is there information that we can share with MPD, with VIs who might know that the young people involved, so that we can first mediate the dispute, then provide services and supports once the temperature has been brought down to redirect and to hopefully stop any additional retaliatory violence, and then move them into life change.
But I wouldn't describe that as a model. I would describe that as practical implementation of VI services. I mean, in terms of site selection, location, grant selection, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Nadeau, this will be my last question. What is our model?
Like, I continue to sort of go back and forth with this. Like, we do it based upon, like, there's a whole formula that was done at the beginning to determine where was the most amount of gun violence, which neighborhoods. Like, we can get you the formula because we had the same discussion when we talked about building blocks. How did you choose the blocks? Well, obviously, like, data people plugged in a whole series of numbers, right? That's just a fact, to determine where is the most gun violence. Then you have to actually have a discussion, because not everything is amenable to violence interruption. It might be police, it might be something else. Where of those that are experienced the greatest amount of shooting, do we know that there's a crew? We do know this through speaking with those in community, through MPD, and through others. So choosing sites, that's how we do it, right? Like, and then also, are we in one site but not another? Two people who are beefing. Well, if we've covered one, we need to expand to the other and start to build relationships so that we can actually stop them from shooting at each other. So that's some of it, but, like, there is kind of a formula to how it's done.
Okay, and I just think that as a starting ground, we need to be able to define that formula. Those metrics
I'm
make
happy
sense
to.
that you laid out, but so that we're kind of all on the same page about how this is happening, because then we have people asking questions like we saw today of where are these sites coming from?
Sure.
We should all be on the same page about how those are selected.
Yep.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Sneed, how did you personally become aware of Life Deed's involvement in illegal activities?
Can I ask for additional clarity of your question? You said, how did I?
Become aware of the issue, the issue with Life Deeds?
Which issue? What issue are
The
you
illegal
referring to?
activity.
So we don't know if Life Deeds was involved in illegal activity. We do know that the executive director was indicted, but in terms of, right, like, I'm pretty sure that's an allegation, but I don't, when you ask how she became aware of illegal activity, are you talking about Mr. Kamara's indictment?
Yeah, that's fine. It's not a trick question. Yeah.
On the news?
And were you personally concerned when you heard the news?
Personally, professionally, you know, I wanted to ask questions and kind of get ascertain a little more information regarding it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what were the things that you were most concerned about or wanted to get more information about?
I just wanted to kind of get the fact finding around I guess, his involvement versus the actual involvement of the actual organization. Also, what, you know, in terms of how service delivery was being provided, and now that this has come about, on just in terms of more focusing, working with PLC to kind of get a little more information just surrounding all of the facts around the allegations and the indictment.
In 2016, this council passed a law requiring the executive to consider a vendor's past performance before awarding new contracts. Then in 2019, DHS terminated its contracts with Life Deeds because the agency found that the nonprofit falsified documents about its workers at a homeless shelter. Why did ones continue to award contracts and grants to Life Deeds when they clearly shouldn't have been doing business with the city?
Well, ones wasn't aware of, right? Like, so ones, number one, awarded based upon an application that came to ones. There was checks done about debarment or otherwise, which there wasn't one. So based upon the application and the information that the agency had, they proceeded just like other district agencies that continued to work with Life Deeds.
Whose responsibility was it to implement that law then?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what the law says or who is tasked with the responsibility of the law you're referencing.
Well, I think the whole government is, once it becomes a law.
I don't know, because I don't know what the specifics of the law says. Many task specific agencies with particular responsibilities. So I can't say without knowing what the law says.
Okay, well, just so you know now, in 2016, the council passed a law requiring the executive to consider a vendor's past performance before awarding new contracts. So does ones evaluate a vendor's past performance before awarding new contracts?
So ones doesn't directly award contracts. The Office of Contracts and Procurement does. So certainly, to the extent the procurement authority receives all kind of information from a vendor, they consider that in making the award. But ones doesn't have independent procurement authority.
What about the grants?
What about them?
You have the authority to award grants.
That's correct.
Yeah. So what kind of consideration of past performance do you do with grants?
We look at the application award. We make sure that we get the clean hands certificate that's issued. We look at the budgets and submission. And if those boxes are checked and there is no red flags that come up to say that there has been some egregious behavior, which at that time, no egregious behavior had been cited, then the award can go forward.
So it seems like there isn't a place where you could go to find out that another agency in the district government has discontinued a contract with a grant with the same vendor that you're granting.
There is no centralized repository at this point of grants.
Seems like kind of a problem, though.
I don't know if I would define it as a problem. I think that one of the things that we've seen is that certainly it's an area where we could strengthen, given the breadth of kind of grant making that occurs across the district, across cluster, across agency, that more central information would be beneficial.
And we heard testimony earlier that in the beginning, ones did go through the Office of Contracts and Procurement, but things were kind of slow there, and so moved to grants.
I don't know what people said, but that is not, from my recollection, why the agency went to grants.
Okay, so why?
Sure. So at the time, and back in 2021, there were 3 vendors for violence interruption services. I think Mr. Ellis, who was very intimately involved, will remember this, that the vendors at that point in time were going to actually, quite frankly, leave and no longer interested in working at once. The type of contract they were on, there was significant delays in payment, and it's really just based upon structure or otherwise. So in consulting at that time with the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, based upon what they do, it was determined a grant structure actually makes more sense and is more appropriate for the work that's being done, and was in fact the model across DYRS, CFSA, OVSJG. And at that point in time, fiscal year 2022, there was OVSJG ultimately became the initial kind of there was an MOU between ONES and OVSJG for them to run the grant process for the agency.
And do they run it now?
They do not, no, because what the request was at that time was to evaluate what the best structure would be based upon OVSJG's extensive experience, quite frankly, and both in grant making space in this space and with the vendors. And the recommendation was made to go to the model we have now. Honestly, the direct recommendation was PLC would be a good fiscal partner based upon their long history with the district in very similar type spaces. And that came directly from the then director of OVSJG.
Do you feel that ONES is providing sufficient oversight of PLC's work?
I think that, I mean, I would say this, that there's always, I say this all the time, there is always room for improvement. And that one of the things that I'm working with Director Sneed, we focused on is the ability for the agency to do that. The agency that Director Sneed walked in needed more infrastructure. They were very focused on the work, but you have to have infrastructure in place to support the growth in the work, which happened relatively quickly. So we really focused on being in a position to enhance grants management and all of those things. So I think there's room for growth, both in policy, which is why we have the grants management manual, and also in ability. But we're hopeful that with this structure, that will continue to be the.
What does PLC get paid to do?
It is our administrative fiduciary. Basically, what we work with PLC is to provide the community-based violence intervention services in our city and across in our priority areas. And then during that, they will look at reporting structure, things of that nature, and provide that information to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
So they write the checks.
The fiduciary.
Do they decide what programming can be done?
Historically, they have, but recently, as I was saying in the presentation, that we have been bringing more of that in-house. That is one of those functions that we have built a compliance unit to be able to make those decisions in-house as a reflection of the conversations that we've had in these settings.
And how much do we currently pay them?
I think it's 13% of the overall total budget, yeah.
Anyone have a dollar amount?
It would have been for fiscal year.
I'm sorry, say it again. Approximately 1.3 million.
That would have been for FY24.
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
Last Monday, the city administrator made a statement that the executive is terminating all of the life deeds contracts. He may have said grants. Can you list which ones are being terminated?
So what we did was extend for 30 days so that we can do an appropriate RFP process, right? Because one of the things that's very important to us in our space is the continuation of, in your ward, right? Like of service. So that's really, right, like everyone is transitioning and we are moving away from life deeds. Some agencies like DWRS at a contract moved all the young people. Others, like ONES, are running an RFP process so we can be sure that there's not a loss of services and hopefully that we're able to keep a lot of our BIs and through another provider or otherwise.
When will we know who the new grantee is?
So on the last slide, I believe the expected award date is on December 15th.
And when will the new boots be on the ground?
As of January 1st.
Did you say January 1?
1st, yeah.
Okay. Who has oversight of that transition? Is that PLC?
So it's
No, it's ONES and PSJ.
Sorry, what was that?
And she said in PSJ.
And PSJ, ONES and PSJ, public.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then just last, can you walk me through what the transition is going to look like?
So I'll say this, that one of our hopes is that so we have some really great partners. I keep looking at Mr. Falwell.
Yeah.
And together we rise, that builds capacity, and our hope, I keep saying this because we've kind of seen it in other spaces like I use Safe Passage where we're able to hopefully transition our VIs that really have done work and have relationship. And so that will be part of the process of, I mean, over time, our hope is that maybe some move during this time into other spaces. And then really, once that award is made in December, we'll have a conversation at that point based upon whoever's kind of gotten the award about our hope for continuity, but we also recognize we can't dictate that. But based upon what they have to be people who have roots like in the community. And we don't believe that this is anybody can do this work, that there are people who have expertise in it. And so we will, at that point, evaluate where people are and do our very best to maintain as many of our VIs as possible.
Thanks. I'm going to come back to that in the next round. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. So speaking of Progressive Life Center, I am very enthusiastic to hear in your testimony the steps that you all have taken to bring some of this grants management in-house. And frankly, I think that the buildup and the off-ramp is important with these things. So we don't just, make a requirement without a chance to work collaboratively together for it. So just to confirm, are you all planning on doing all of the grants disbursement and management in-house come fiscal year 25? Or how is that transition working?
You could.
So we are looking to.
Oh, you turned it off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So we are looking for a fiduciary in terms of just having the payment piece. One thing I will say that in terms of the monitoring, ensuring that the documentations and the reporting is met, that is all in-house. Ensuring that technical assistance is provided and also notification when there are deficiencies is provided will be done in-house with the compliance team, yes.
Okay, when you say the fiduciary for the payments to go out, is your plan to still have that be externally done?
Yes.
And why is that? Why can't that happen in-house?
So just an experience, there's a reason we use OVSJG. So in Safe Passage, we use them as a fiduciary because honestly, through the diffs process, you could spend all of your time just trying to make sure that the checks get out on time, that everything matches up in diffs. It's not an easy process. And so if we want the agency to focus on programmatic oversight and compliance, it really, that piece, which we have found is it is helpful to have just a fiduciary agent. It is not as simple as just getting a check out the door at all with our diffs process. So that really, how the program operates, our meetings, our compliance, we believe that's kind of like a nice flow to the agency, but getting all of the payment part, like that really, it's helpful to have.
I guess I totally hear you on the need for a fiduciary agent to be focused on that, but why can't that person be a one's employee?
Eventually it could be.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the transition. And I think that's also what Councilmember Nadeau is like, what does that transition look like? To be quite honest, the focus has been ensuring the compliance pieces in terms of what does the grant monitoring look like from our lens. And I think like this summer has been a great pilot, if you will, to kind of test out our different approaches to that. I do think in time, short-term or long-term, that is a piece that can be brought in-house as well.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to see that. And I know that's the model that they deploy and cure the streets. And we'll get into that a little bit later about some of the consistencies or inconsistencies there. But I think that will be an important part of the transition to keep working towards.
And I totally agree with that. But I did just want to also add too, I think a part of our strategy in this next, let's just say Q2, we also want to talk about capacity building with our organizations to ensure that they have the readiness and the time to prepare to say, hey, this is what the expectation has been, but the bar has been raised, to give them enough time to do that transition a part or two. And I think that's also what I hear Councilmember Nadeau was kind of hinting around at.
And realistically, like we love our organizations, but we also recognize that, and we've said this across the board, when you work with community-based organizations, they must meet certain fiduciary responsibilities and the rules and regulations of the district. But one of the truisms is that part of why across the district we've used some of these community-based fiscal agents is because they do work with the organizations on capacity as they grow to help them build some of that structure, which we are not in a position to necessarily do, to help them a bit with paperwork, right? Like to help them kind of get to the point where they're in a position to like be as robust as they need to be in the financial space, because they can be great at the work and sometimes it takes some time and work that the agency doesn't
Right.
always have the capacity to do.
Okay, I hear you. So in terms of the grants and the grantees for fiscal year 2025, in light of the recent indictment of my colleague, we learned that the executive was undertaking an internal investigation or a review, I should call it, of violence intervention grants and contracts. Who was or is in charge of that review, and what is the status of that?
Yeah, so that was conducted by the Office of Risk Management under Jed Ross, who's the head of ORM. There's been a preliminary report that we have, which has recommendations. There's no finding of illegality or rampant misuse or abuse or malfeasance by ones or others. There's an acknowledgement of growth over the past year and a half, both in the contracts and procurement side of the house and that relationship, and then also the grant processes, and certainly some recommendations for how to strengthen like the grants management manual. But the sort of basic point is at this juncture, through interviews, review of documents, there hasn't been a revelation of any sort of misfeasance, impropriety, or others by ones or
Can you
contractors.
speak to some of those outcomes of recommendations that they've made?
Sure, they're really specific, like parts of the grants management manual. They actually point out that this grants management manual is really strong, but there are some like federal CFR regulations that we could incorporate that would strengthen it in the footnotes. They do recommend like being, given where we've been, like maybe spelling out a bit more on sub-grantees, because a lot of this is focused on direct grant management. And then there's like one recommendation of a law change that happened in fiscal year 25 in the district that we need to include around, I don't know. So it's really those type of recommendations where they're like, this is good. And here's some ways that you can strengthen it.
And in addition to that, there's recommendations around just the documentation retention efforts and the coordination with the Office of the Secretary to ensure that we're holding the documents. I think historically that has been a challenge to really kind of understand what the story of I've heard the question earlier on when I was watching, how did we get here? You know, there's not a lot of documentation that really explains and shows that story. So to ensure that this path forward, moving forward, that we are really more laser focused on ensuring that the documentation is retained in the amount of time specified. Just wanted to add that.
No, thank you for that. I think that's really important context to be aware of, and why one of the many reasons that documentation is so important, so that when we do need to make changes to something, we can look back and have a very clear record. So thank you for that. So just to confirm around Life Deeds, is the grant issued to Life Deeds terminated?
No, well, so we extended for 90 days because we did not want to have a full, if we just terminated at the end of the fiscal year, we have no services in Ward 1 and 4. And while we explored some different things, maybe having one of our other providers take them on, we thought that what would allow us to continue to really focus on like driving down gun violence without upending was to do a full RFP. We felt that was the fairest way, instead of kind of Mr. Falwell, can you take on Ward 1 and 4 and like hold on to people? There was really no other way in the time that we had to effectuate that without just ending violence interruption services in Ward 1 and 4, which we did not want to do.
So they are currently operating still for the remainder of 2024?
So yes, 90-day period, which I just want to say this, while I recognize that there have been any number of allegations against Mr. Kamara, we don't always impute allegations against someone to the entirety of the organization. So we recognize that we likely need to move away from our relationship with Life Deeds, but there are people working there who have worked with us, who helped us to achieve results in this fiscal year. And we want to make sure that they're taken care of, that we continue to serve the wards. Those are longstanding neighborhoods that we've been in and otherwise. So it was just important to be able to do that.
Which neighborhoods are they covering?
So Life Deeds covers, it's actually in this presentation, they cover Brightwood Park, Columbia Heights, LaDroit Park, Parkview, and Petworth, plus roving teams or floating teams. or floating team.
And how much was that grant for the year?
Oh, sorry, I don't have that. We can check on that for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna run out of time, so I won't ask that question. I'll just pause there to be respectful of time. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thanks. Yes, I actually wanted to ask about something the auditor has raised. So in last month, the DC auditor sent a letter to the city administrator after reviewing the VI contracts and grants program. And one of the big recommendations there was, of course, strengthening the grant making. And it really, that analysis really does beg the question, why go to all of this trouble to reform the grants program rather than going back to the procurement system and contracts?
So like I said, right, like all of our providers are about to leave, like OCP certainly has expertise in certain spaces, but there's reasons why we actually have grants because of the types of relationships, the types of providers that we work with or otherwise. And so, I mean, we're like willing to explore any particular model that's going to allow us to continue to achieve the results that we have. I think that we want to be sure that we're using grants well, that we're good fiduciaries and that we're good stewards of district dollars, but that we also acknowledge and recognize, I see Director Porter over here, that grants in our relationships with community-based providers who are close to neighborhoods and work is important. And quite frankly, many of them would not actually apply for an OCP or get an OCP human care agreement or otherwise. So it really would limit the types of providers who we believe have expertise and have helped us achieve what we talked about, which is a 32%, I think, reduction in gun violence in those communities they're serving in.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so in 2021, when Collaborative Solutions chose not to reapply, Life Deeds stepped in for the Ward 1 through 4 grants, at first temporarily. And the idea was it would be recompeted and Life Deeds won the grant again. And at that time, it was a stretch for Life Deeds because a lot of the programs they'd been doing have been east of the river. Collaborative Solutions had been the incumbent for a very long time in many ways, not just, even before the VI programs. And I think a question still remains about, while Life Deeds did hire a number of people who had been working for Collaborative Solutions and that continuity was important, I do wonder if it's important to once again examine the actual roots of the organization, an organization that's rooted in the community it's served, not just the people it hires.
Yeah.
And how do you account for that? And how will you account for that in the RFP or RFA process?
I mean, some of that is just knowledge of where people are based and other types of work. There are very few providers that we have that only do one type of work.
Yeah.
So it's really, I mean, it's not as hard as you would think. Like you said with CSC, we work with them in Safe Passage. We know they are Ward 1 and 4. And so many of the providers in this space have that similar type of relationship that we really can examine that way. Some of it is conversation, right? Like if you really know an area, then in the discussion around it, you should be able to tell us something beyond, just whatever a description is. And so I think it's really that combination of what work are you doing or how are you demonstrating roots in a community? What is the community saying? Because we have relationship with community, right? Like, are there challenges or other issues with an organization? And then what other types of work are they doing in that community that can demonstrate roots over time or commitment over time to the community?
Yeah. And I will say, I mean, we do have a contractor in Wards 1 and 4 that's a cure contractor, but that is also receiving one's grants for like casework and case management.
Is that Intercity?
Yeah, that's Reverend G. Yeah. So there are organizations that have come and shown that growth and that understanding of the community and really set down roots there. And I think they're opening a family success center now on our side of town, which will be, I think, the first one. So it seems like the bench has gotten a little deeper since 2021 in a really good way.
Yeah.
And I hope that, I hope that we can see more people competing.
Yeah.
For the
I would
current.
even say, like, I keep pointing to Mr. Falwell, but he was like a newer one in the space when we actually did open up grants for Together We Rise, and has been fantastic. And so the previous providers, if you remember, were CSC training grounds in far southeast, who are larger, who have more kind of relationships in the district. But we have seen, as we open grants up more, even I keep going to Safe Passage because they're companions, Hustlers Guild, who is in here, Cody Wynn, who was a CSC sort of sub-grantee and has now built up capacity to apply himself. So our hope is that always becomes the case, right? Like that as we work with the organizations and their sub-grantees, they get the capacity to really compete and aren't just kind of pushed out of the market by the larger community-based organizations.
But one thing I wanted to just add, if I could, is just that as we're, I'm so sorry, as we are having more and more of whether this even the smaller grants, but even our just capacity building webinars that we've been doing, we've noticed an influx of new organizations attending, maybe not necessarily applying, but just kind of at the stage of where they're just trying to learn more about what it will take to work with the district in this capacity, in this space of violence intervention.
What kind of accountability measures do you think you'll be building into the new RFA, and how do we take a more academic approach like we heard today in evaluating our success?
So one of the things is the conversation around data. We do put out a lot of data in the district. If you go to the ogvp.dc.gov website, there are dashboards there that are updated daily. The OGVP team, Director Sneed pointed this out, is really strong in data and having data scientists. And so that really feeds into, you can look at it by priority community, by is it ones, is it cure, all of these different things. I wanted to point that out because one of the things is data matters and it's important. And so that's there. And then my office does some data analysis as well. But I think that's really how we do it, is like we have to be sort of exacting and looking at evidence-based practices and what's working, both in other jurisdictions, which Director Sneed is really invested in, like Chicago, going and learning at the University of Chicago and otherwise, but also looking at data, right? Like we have to look at our CBOs, we have to look at our communities and say, the primary thing is we have to reduce gun violence. So is that happening? And if not, then we have to have a discussion about why and where we go from there. So those are some of the things. In the RFP, a lot of it's driven by the manual, but like
a lot of it is driven by the manual, but I think when you see the RFA, it's almost like the equivalent, and I'm scared to even say this, Councilmember Nadeau, it's almost like a request for a proposal where you have cleanse, you have clear, identifiable outcomes that we are desiring to achieve that is specified up front. I think that's something that historically wasn't done in the past. It was basically here are a menu of services or needs, and these are the outcomes that we're looking to achieve, and how does your organization meet this going into the consideration process?
When do we get to see the RFA?
It's going to be released on October 15th.
Okay, so then it'll be public, and you might want to just send it to all of us so we stop bugging you for it.
I'll make note of it.
What is the wind down plan and timeline with PLC?
So, I mean, it's probably over the fiscal year. So, I mean, we can't, the main thing and the number one thing is that we do this well. And so we have to continue to build agency capacity. As they bring more in-house this year, we'll see, is this the right mix of staffing? One of the things with the agency that we had to look at this year is there had been so much adjustment because of ARPA that even a lot of positions were ARPA funded. So knowing what kind of one's baseline is, our hope this year is to really look at that and the administrative house. What does it take to administer the level of grants that they have? And so I think that kind of really has to inform. I think it will probably be a part of our budget process really that we're in, is the agency appropriately staffed on the administrative side to support additional responsibility. And that is like critical to us because we want to do this well. And I look at Director Porter because I know like we go through it and I see what it takes for OVSJG to really do this well, and it is not easy and it's hard to staff. And And we want to make sure that their capacity is right. So I think that's something we're looking at over this fiscal year. We said the agency will assume more of the enhanced compliance, monitoring and programmatic oversight this year to move to more of a fiscal agent, and then we'll kind of evaluate as we go.
How many staff does PLC have working on one's programs?
9.
9, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So as I said at the outset of this hearing, there has been a separate ad hoc committee established to look into the allegations of my colleague, and this committee is not intending to duplicate those efforts. But I am curious of the possible implications or ways that we're going to move forward as it relates to ones, because there were some claims in the indictment that my colleague had made promises on behalf of influence that he could have with ones. And so as we look at the fidelity to our grant program, how those decisions are made, you talked about some of those metrics going in. Was there a focus in the internal review, and what is your current position on making sure that there is no question from any person, whether they sit up here and are elected to office, or they are a recipient of grants, or any member of the public, that there is a efficient, transparent, and fair process when it comes to who is awarded these grants?
We keep going back to the manual. Like, first of all, there have to be processes and policies in place about how you're doing grants management so that you can have something to adhere to. And so that was a huge focus. I think that laying out sort of impartial panels and otherwise, no one person is a decision maker. I think that there was some, without getting into allegations, like there was, as ones was building, there was a bit of a concentration of authority just because of how much was going on. And I think what we tried to do is build a more compliance model, right? Like, and to build into the grants, like last year, a huge priority was building in some actual responsibilities and expectations into the grants, that if there were failures or otherwise, that we report to the bodies that are, that in the district oversee that. OIG primarily, which we have made referrals when we have seen impropriety. And so I think that's really, it is like all of the processes, you have to have processes, and that there's no one decision maker, that it really is an fair and impartial kind of scored process that is transparent as well, where documents are available for people to review as part of the grants file, which we don't have any issue with.
Are there currently those processes in place at once?
Yes.
We recently adopted the manual that shows and outlines each of those processes in each phase of that, of the grant awarding, grant review, grant monitoring process. So yes, so that's the start. But I think also too is the documentation. I can't stress that enough. The documentation, I think that's probably one of my pet peeves at this point. Like now we are definitely going to have documentation to show what our process looks like. So if anybody should question, there is a process to review what has been done to see if there was any.
But that being said, like there has, so ORM and others have looked at prior to the manual or otherwise and haven't seen, there is paperwork. There was grants documentation over this past fiscal year. So at least for the past year and a half, we can speak to, can't speak like, you know, like it would be out of turn to speak prior to that, but there is some documentation, and our hope is that really adopting an individualized grants manual versus the kind of former citywide one will help us with that.
Can you walk me through that process, what we currently have? Just zooming out, I'm a grantee, I'm applying for a grant to do VI work. What does that look like?
You're coming to a mandatory webinar to learn the ins and outs of this process, to give you an opportunity to ask any questions. Also, you'll learn as to what is the documentation required to apply. Generally, we try to have the Office of Tax and Revenue present, our partners at DSLBD for those certificate of clean hands and things of the EIN, all of those checklist items that are required, we also have them to represent what their processes within our process looks like. And within that, you have a period of time to gather your, I guess, documentation gathering and review the RFA. If you require any assistance or any points of clarity, we have a team, a grants management team, a grant specialist that will be there to address any of your questions as you're going through your application process. Anything that's submitted after the deadline will not be considered. And then there's the review. Then we pull together our panels of the technical evaluation panel. I'm sorry, Bridget, if I'm butchering this, but the technical evaluation panel that has been convened, walked through to know what the criteria that they're looking for in terms of scoring in their process, and they have a deadline to review each of the applications presented.
Okay, and how long does that process take from start to disbursement of the funds?
In this instance, it will take 30 days.
Okay.
It's a 30-day process.
So this, of course, depends a little bit on the state, and you're a lawyer and you know this, Deputy Mayor. Generally, in evidentiary law, if somebody has committed a crime in the past, you can't use that to determine their guilt in the current crime. But one of the few exceptions that courts make is if there is a demonstrated history of falsifying documents or records. So the Washington Post reported that in 2019, Life Deeds had 2 contracts with DHS that were terminated because it had falsified documents. So when I read that, that raises some serious questions to me about what our vetting process looks like above and beyond the education piece and the compliance piece of who is the best actor for us to be getting in business with as the district.
Yeah. So in that case, I think there was a discussion that there should have been a debarment that didn't happen because of the pandemic. So if you were to look at one's initial like grant files, they do check to see if anybody's been debarred. Right? Like this is a very basic, even though there's no central grant, which we are really working on that because there used to be the Office of Partnership and Grant Services, right? That served as a little bit more of a repository. So I know that the city administrator's office is really working on that. How do we have more connectivity? Because agencies are large and not always connected in knowing what's happening with another agency that could be in a completely disconnected cluster that they have a grant issue. And so really working on that, but a basic is the debarment and that really does help us clean hands right through the Office of Tax and Revenue is another kind of piece. And then certifications and just basic searches about whether there's like valid licensees or if there's been some sort of legal action or something, because they have to certify that themselves and then we need to actually do some due diligence to see if that's valid.
So would you say in this instance that this was a gap in that due diligence?
I don't know. It wasn't a gap in the due diligence. There was no debarment. So there's no way for us to know.
But you
There was
said
a
basic-
settlement.
You said a basic search.
So,
about whether-
so DHS entered into a settlement with Life Deeds in 2019, which agencies wouldn't necessarily be privy to what the terms of the settlement were. I believe that having looked at the settlement agreement, there was no, as most settlements are, there's no admission of guilt or wrongdoing or what the substance was. So even if another agency had gone and like looked, they wouldn't know what the settlement is with DHS. Right. So that's really what that story was about, that DHS had some sort of contract issue. There was some sort of settlement entered into, and then, perhaps something else should have happened that didn't because of the pandemic. One still wouldn't have been aware of the contents of a settlement between DHS
Right.
and Life Deeds.
I hear that. I guess I would just say as you are building out the team within ones to do some of the compliance checks in-house, we are one government. And so of course there are a number of contracts and grants and procurements that go on with every agency, but to have some clearer lines of communication when there needs to be a flag of, hey, these are taxpayer dollars that were not, properly utilized in the past, and you may want to look out for that.
Yeah.
I think it would be important to bring that person on for. Okay, we talked a little bit about PLC, just to close the loop on this. For 2025, fiscal year 2025, you will be using internal compliance and grant follow-up folks, but you're still looking for a external fiduciary. That's
Yeah.
not going to be PLC?
We don't know. It's whoever applies. We're putting all
Okay.
of this out as part of the RFP, like the RFP for the VII initiative or the Violence Intervention Initiative in total. And so it's whoever wins the award for fiscal year 25.
Okay, and when will that be awarded?
It's the same. We're doing one RFP that has
Okay.
multiple different pieces of it.
December 15th?
This is the menu
This is the menu of services that I'm speaking of in terms of how the RFA is organized. And so for instance, if there, I'm just going to use this as an example, as there's 12 requirements or services, your organization can speak to only 2 of them, then you're applying to those 2 out of those 12. So it gives you a little more flexibility in terms of being laser focused on what your specialty is within that space.
Makes sense. Okay, thank you both. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you so much. Okay, so given that you're restructuring this, and I am following along, I want to flag some things that we are concerned about with PLC. So we've heard from grantees that specifically with the case management grants, that they'll be approved for a certain budget allotment, but then they have to they're not getting approval from PLC to actually spend the funds.
Okay.
And so in Ward 1, that meant that there were tens of thousands of dollars that didn't get spent in the fiscal year, that didn't get out to the community. There was one instance where an entire summer plan from a grantee was just like not reviewed and they forgot about it. And so that grantee did not get money for summer, which in Ward 1,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that should, just so you know, that should be ameliorated by ones being the programmatic oversight, like
Okay.
really approving the programmatic pieces
Okay.
versus PLC or anybody else.
And just to add to that, it's also what's allowable and what's not. So sometimes it's maybe a partial of the plan is
Yeah.
provided versus it being.
Well,
in
I totally get
totality.
that. This was almost like a pre-approval thing. Where like they didn't want to spend until they had approval, right? Because of that,
Oh, of course, yeah.
right? Because these are all very small, nimble
Yeah.
organizations and they just like couldn't get someone to engage. And I guess I want to ask how you're thinking through the caseloads and sort of responsiveness for grantees. I know that's a priority for you. So what are your initial thoughts on how you want to build this out to be responsive to that issue?
So I think the ward-based approach really does help us in this respect, right? I think when we have priority communities, the expectation is just to be in there, but yet we would see crime move in terms of responsiveness or whatever. So I think it gives us the flexibility. I think in this new iteration, we are now saying, hey, based off of our research, one ward to cover a ward will require this many VIs, this many, and we're looking to have this many engagement sessions. Like we really are specifying. Does that mean we're limited to? No, but it gives you a baseline of what the expectation is starting the service delivery.
That's interesting. Okay.
The other thing too is just one of the things that we would like to move towards is really bringing a lot more case management into ones, because part of this is, so if you look at like our credible messenger model, right? The case managers are within the agency because there does need to be some connectivity to get people services from other agencies. So we're not there yet, but as we look at kind of there are a lot of outreach specialists in kind of different positions within ones. We do want more of that, which should help us to balance caseloads. We'll still might have community-based case managers and providers, but our hope is that there's more internal capacity in one there as well, so that there's kind of warm handoffs, that there's a working together, maybe a bit more like the credible messenger model where there is a credible messenger, but there's also an internal caseworker who's responsible for really working with other agencies. That can be a challenge for some of the community-based organizations. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I actually think that's what our cure team does right now, because they have one of your grants, and then they have their core grant where they're doing, like using the credible messengers to bring it into the system once the trusted partner has made contact. to bring into the case management system. So totally on board with that model. I guess I hesitate around the, the ward-based model, just because, I mean, I could, could throw your slide back up here, but some wards have more neighborhood-based conflicts than others.
Yep.
And neighborhoods in conflict than others. I would guess wards 1, 7, 8, 5 probably have the most, although 4 is probably close. For me, it's less important that it's like, look, I don't need you to tell me this is my team for Ward 1. I want to know that the people in Ward 1 know how to diffuse a conflict with the crew in Kennedy Street that I will not, and the crew in Ward 4 that I will not name or that, whoever's coming down to LaDroit and messing with my residents has someone on the ground there. So for me, it's less important that this is like my ward has its own distinct resource, and that there's enough people for each conflict.
Yeah. So some of what we're trying to do is really, like, I talk a lot about this, the credible contact continuum. And one of the ways that we've gotten sort of additional capacity and is working together. A safe passage worker is not a VI, but we are training them together to be eyes and ears to share information with VIs, which then expands the team, right? In a lot of ways, the reason that we're talking about the ward is there's still going to be Brightwood Park and LaDroit and areas where we just know they're crew-based, but what we saw is this marrying to only your priority community can limit people's kind of willingness or ability to work in other spaces where a lot of the VIs are willing to be we have to, actually, this is kind of coming out of conversations with them all year where they're we have to be able to go there. And as they've seen more results, they're more, I mean, I keep talking about Mr. Falwell, and I love everybody. I love all of our VIs, but Mr. Falwell will be in Potomac Gardens where we don't even have any VIs, but if there's a dispute there, he's gonna go. So it's really trying to acknowledge that and find a way to accommodate for those realities that sometimes crews are beefing and they're we have to be able to work over there. That was why we did the floating team to begin with, right? Is this idea okay, can people go over there? But if we expand, the work is better when you have people regularly working in those spaces versus we're sending the floating team to try and
No, I agree with that.
it's just hard. It's constantly fiddling and trying to figure out what works best for our city, which is a work in progress.
Yeah, agreed. I think we had a really interesting situation. I know we heard from Columbia Heights Village earlier today. I wasn't here when they were in the room, but I got the rundown of their testimony. We had a number of things promised to them by Life Deeds this year that just did not get delivered. So I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but I am trying to prevent it from happening again.
Yeah.
And what we had in that, we were lucky that we had the CURE team because they stepped in. There were a lot of conflicts between the two that I am not I'm not going to get into it because I'm not there in that room. But here's what I want. I want to know that if we have a team on the ground that's a one's team, that there's an accountability measure there, that nobody's trying to steal anybody's work, that everybody's delivering on the thing they said they were going to deliver, and that everyone's working together. And I know that as deputy mayor, you've got to oversee all the people in the room.
Yeah.
And I love that you mentioned the Safe Passage team and the way that ties together. I know you have people on your team who've been working very hard to get all those programs working together.
Yeah.
Especially in Ward 1, and I appreciate that work. I'm just hoping we get a really high quality team that for the VI contract that just wants to do the work and wants to show up for the people that need them. And that for me is just the number one focus.
We agree. And our hope too is that as more of the programmatic oversight, we appreciate and respect that there has to be some level of autonomy in our providers, but also they work for ones. So making promises on behalf of, when you make promises as Life Deeds, you're making promises as us.
Correct.
As all of us, right? On behalf, because you all ultimately decide the budget, right? So if we're investing district dollars, they are speaking on behalf of us. So it is why we are really moving towards more programmatic oversight in ones, so that really they're a part of those discussions and that we don't end up in a situation there's a lot of communities that promises have been made and broken. And this is trust work. And so we want to make sure that we're not breaking trust with them because it's really hard to get back and takes a long time and a lot of work. So.
Are you aware of any providers taking kids out to play paintball?
Possibly,
Okay.
I don't know specifically.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that we like didn't used to allow our providers to do because it kind of simulates activities we want them to not do. And
Yeah.
also is like, unlike laser tag, actually hurts.
Yeah. I'll try and find out. Like, I can.
That would be great if you
Yeah, of
could
course.
ask around on that one. It would seem like maybe something we'd want to move people away from. It maybe could have been an honest mistake, but like, I'm sure kids asked to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh, nope. Okay, I'm gonna keep the seat warm. Okay, so does ONES plan to increase the case management budget for coaches?
I don't know if we're making that same distinction anymore. Like there was like
Yeah.
the life coaches versus like pathfinders and like we've called them different things. The main thing is we need case management services. So I don't know that we've like broken out. We did break out the coaches in the BB kind of the ARPA funds and in our when we were doing building blocks, but
I think, and that was under more of a specialized project and program, but as of now, there hasn't been any discussion around that.
I mean, what was the benefit? Did you see any benefit from it?
I don't know. I mean, so if you think about life coaches, they're kind of calling different names, like same things, different names, right? Like credible messenger, transformative mentoring, life coach versus case manager, social worker, right? Like they're all I think they're also on a continuum as well. And so I think the life coach idea was there are models that do like life mapping as part of, it's more like advanced piece, right? Like as they do the fellows programs, they have people who can administer life maps, which are almost like DRS success plans, where it's like, how do we move you towards achieving the things that you want, which people can be trained on. So I think that's kind of more in pathways. And as we look at, hey, is there potentially like a strength and pathways model we could do where then we train more of our VIs or even a specialized team to do more of that life mapping? Because I know that was conversations that we had with Linda at some point, but
Okay.
so yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Nadeau. And do you have any further questions?
Maybe just a little cleanup.
Okay.
Do you want me to just do it?
Yeah.
Get it over with? Get out of your hair? Okay.
Never in my hair, but
I got the
you can
assignment.
Continue.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, when will the mayor be nominating a permanent director to ONES?
So the mayor will nominate as soon as she has the right director. And so certainly it's been an arduous process. We've got to the point of offer a couple times and it hasn't worked out, but the mayor's committed to ensuring that we have the right director. But I want to say, and I think that the mayor would say this as well, that the progress that you've seen and the numbers you've seen are through Director Sneed's hard work and that and her team, who are many here. So we appreciate like her continuing to move the agency forward. But the mayor will nominate is eager to nominate as soon as we have the right candidate. It's an important job. And it's probably one of the most challenging in the district. It is. So.
We had several witnesses today who brought up the NCJR report on gun violence.
Yes.
There's, I think, a widely held opinion that the mayor is not implementing it. I suspect you would like to say differently.
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually firmly disagree. As one who has sat with that report, so David Mohammed came back and noted that there are like some very unique challenges to the district that he appreciated, but that really do play out. We have really, if you look at many of the aspects of the report, we have implemented to the extent we can. But one of the challenges in the district that we always have to acknowledge is we can't make our federal partners do some of the things in there. So when we talk about shooting reviews, it took us a while, but we're doing them. But the way that we have to do them is challenging. My office is an intermediary because things like the Privacy Act mean that our federal partners can't or won't provide us some of the information that makes things like focused deterrence and peace rooms easier to do. Because we can't do that, what we had to do with the report was really take the things in there, get the spirit and essence and adapt. Because I think we would love to have a citywide system where we can share all these things, but half the stuff is federal partners who can't share. And then we have a number of, and we've talked about this in CJCC, where they're looking at all these various privacy laws, which make it very difficult. Let's talk about people of promise. When we started that, just getting addresses for people, our supervision agencies knew where people were, CSOSA, PSA, but they can't give us the information. So we're like set back because of a structure that isn't unified, like in other places where you get the information and go. We have to do a lot of workarounds and, you know, ways of really trying to implement it with the system we currently have, while also trying to work on policy changes and MOUs, all these things, so.
Where are we on the data collection measures recommended there?
So I don't know what metrics were specifically in the report. Like I said, we do collect and put out a lot of data, both ones is working on data capacity, but we have OGVP. And so I say like they actually are, one of the things they always said, or Linda would say about the office at the time, was policy and data are a strong suit of theirs. So between my office and them, we collect a lot of data. I don't know what, I don't have in
What
front
about
of
the
me.
citywide data information system?
So that's really what I'm talking about. Like
With the
we have a
feds?
lot of privacy
Yeah.
laws in the district that I think you all know, like that even sometimes two agencies talk, like sharing data is very, very challenging. And so like a citywide system is, I mean, it's like we do the best we can working with kind of the laws in the privacy space we have. We just, because of the prioritizing public safety bill last year and Security C, are able to get like basic system data, right, around what's happening in the system. So kind of individual level is very, very difficult.
That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So we talked a bit about the current process and the future process for grants, both in terms of site selection and some of the considerations made there, as well as who gets these grants and how we're going to make sure that it is a transparent and clear process that anyone can follow along on. What are some of the ways that you currently make sure that the CBOs who are receiving these grants are doing what they set out to do? You know, we talked about some of the metrics that are clear of what was the level of gun violence in this neighborhood last year before they were involved in the violence interruption work, and what is it now? But how are you following up to ensure that the money that goes out the door is being effective?
So I could say just on an everyday level that we have to say that we have everyday contact with our CBOs would be an understatement of epic proportions. That whether it's meetings, telephone calls, they are a part of our kind of this, we talk about it as safe passage, but really it's our violence prevention, telephone calls, weekly meetings. All of these things are shooting review process, which we have weekly meetings on. We know that we have touch points with them on that basis. Anytime there's a shooting, we then have a critical incident protocol where we are then, that isn't, they can talk about, she can talk about the monitoring of that, but we have much more regular contact, both ones and DMPSJ in knowing where people are. And whether or not they need more training because they aren't really bringing information and don't seem to know about a shooting in their area and things like that have helped us to make adjustments throughout this year, which has really been helpful.
And if I could just add, as you think about that, Director Seed, that makes sense and is great to hear about those shooting reviews and the daily interaction to make sure that we're all collaborating together. But in terms of adherence to what the money is supposed to be used for, of, okay, we've given you a grant and you are engaged in violence interruption work. Now it's been a month or 2 months or 6 months. What have you done with that money, and how are we making sure that it is the CBOs are meeting their end of the bargain?
So it's also you providing your evidence to say, in fact, that this event or this engagement or this one-on-one actually took place. So it's sign-in sheets for sessions with clients. It's also sending the budget in advance to say, hey, this particular engagement will cost this, with your receipts attached to show that the money was spent in fact in this way. And it's provided as we release funds as the supporting documentation to say that in fact that these things did occur. As scheduled, as discussed in the plan for the quarter.
Okay.
It's also timesheets. One of the things earlier this year is DRS and ones, noticed timesheets for people that were double billed. I don't really know how they actually figured this out, but they did. And we made a referral to OIG as a result. So there are like as part of the compliance process, when they're doing checks, we discover things like that and make referrals as appropriate.
And it's not working in isolation to the point. I think the important piece there is there was a conversation with DYRS, a check to say, hey, we're noticing this on our end. Is there something that's also being mirrored on your end? So it's a constant connection and communication across government to ensure, especially if we know that we share organizations.
Okay, and do those conditions look different for each grantee of, okay, you're gonna have X amount of community engagement events or X amount of sign-ins?
It could vary in the sense of how many communities each grantee or sub-grantee has. I think that drives the difference. It isn't necessarily that we engage in one community versus X amount of times versus the other. It's based off of how many communities each sub-grantee has.
Okay, so maybe then, let me ask in a different way. If I'm a CBO and I apply to one of these grants and I make it through the process and I am awarded one, what am I expected to do?
Are you talking historically or are you talking about for the RFA moving forward?
I mean, right now with the grants
Okay.
going out the door.
So you put together your plan. Your plan is a part of that approval as to say, this is what we are outlining for this specified amount of time. So like for in these 90 days, these are the activities, these are the engagements, and this is what we prescribe to be the budget that's aligned to both.
But there's also some basic requirements, like are people participating in the daily calls?
Absolutely.
Did they show up to the weekly meetings?
Are they submitting their reporting? That type of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Are they submitting post-shooting reports?
Right.
Like there are things they have to actually submit as part
As
of
part of the
work.
evidence that this actually, the work is actually taking place, sorry.
And is one of those pieces of evidence you have driven down shooting? Or is it more that you're participating in the process because we know it's one input?
No, so here's the thing is like traditionally people want to be like, we can't measure the work, right? Like that has been a discussion that was had over time. There are certainly pieces of, right, like touches and how many like groups they're doing, things like that. But we do have a metric around like shootings, right? Like, and I mean, we focus on shootings because one's is really our VI's job is to really help us to drive down shooting. So yes, there are metrics. We measure them on a weekly basis and share it with the CBOs so that they can see where everybody is. And they're very competitive. I'm not gonna lie. Like they are really competitive about this and, you know, about seeing those numbers reduced. But there are the pieces that are the qualitative, like yes, community sort of meetings and events, but like we engage with young people or these various things. But then there's the quantitative of like, what are the violence numbers?
Do you have any current grantees that are out of compliance with your reporting requirements?
Currently, I'm sorry, currently not that I'm aware of. I can get back to you on that. No.
Okay. How many grantees do you currently have?
We have one grantee and then we have sub-grantees.
Right, because PLCs are grantee for
Right,
the Violence
okay.
Intervention Initiative and
Okay.
then the subs.
So how many sub-grantees do you currently have?
5.
No, because dramatic
Solutions, okay, so.
Dramatics, so we have four.
Four that do direct violence intervention, community-based work.
Okay, can you please list those?
Sure, it's J&J Monitoring,
Mm-hmm.
Together We Rise, Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network, and Life Deeds.
And what was the fourth?
Life Deeds.
And Life Deeds. And Life Deeds will be extended for the rest of this year. And then we're doing a new RFA. So the Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network, let me ask you about this because there was an implication in the indictment documents for Mr. Kamara,
Mhm.
that there may have been some linkages between Mr. Kamara and the Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network. Have you all looked into this?
So I think that there's linkages between, like, however it's founded somewhere, like we haven't, I'll be honest, like looking too deeply into it, no, like, but there's some linkage between someone linked to Life Deeds and Mr. Shelton and the Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network, but the details of what that is, it's like someone's wife and like all of these different things, we're not fully sure.
Okay. So for those four, what are the amounts of those sub-grants
Oh, for fiscal year 25,
For-
for
right.
the 3 months,
for 25?
we're looking at Yasha. This is our chief operating.
Hi, if you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry,
Come
just stating your
Here.
name and
Do it.
position for the record. Hi.
Hi, how are you? We haven't
Nate, state
received.
your name.
Oh, Yasha, Williams Robinson. We haven't received.
And your
the-
position with the
Oh, I'm
agency.
sorry. I'm the interim chief of staff and chief operating officer.
Thank you.
We haven't received we're actually getting the budget amount for the allotments for 25. But if we looked at what was actually allocated for Q1 of 24, it was approximately $2 million that went across the span of the four organizations just for Q1.
Just for Q1. Okay, and are those about even?
No, it's
500?
not about even we would have to give you the exact amounts for each one of the organizations for that Q1, but it came up to a total amount of approximately $2 million.
They have different numbers of communities. Each
Right.
of the,
Okay, that would be great if you all can follow up with that, with us. So that's just for Q1. Okay.
And you did ask earlier the question about how much was the grant for Life Deeds, sorry, for FY 24. So for wards 1 and 4, with the floating team combined, it was approximately 2.4 million for FY 24.
Thank you very much, Director. Okay, I know that my colleague asked about this, but I've got to ask again as we look for a permanent director.
Yep.
You know, there were pieces of the indictment that talked about the influence that someone thought that they could have, given the fact that we don't have a permanent person in the position. There are implications for public trust and back to what we started with, talking about the messaging for the agency. And, you know, I know this is a little awkward, us all being here together. And I think that Interim Director Sneed has been doing an excellent job, and it's been great working with you, but kind of, it's been 18 months. I know this is a difficult position to fill for. I know that you all have taken steps, but where are we? How can we have assurance that we're going to have a permanent director very soon?
we can have assurance that we continue to look, that we continue to have made offers and that like that it is of top priority to the mayor, because public safety across the board is top priority to the mayor. And so there's been no dragging of feet or otherwise, because we recognize the importance of permanence. And so like you've heard the mayor said, like it is important to us to have the right person in position, and that, you know, we've kind of gone down the path a few times and that hasn't resulted in a permanent director, but it doesn't change our commitment. Doesn't change the work that's being done in the agency or the commitment of Director Sneed or the executive team to continuing that. So you can't make assurances of things you can't really, we're not fully in control of that, right? Like it is about appropriate. This is not a huge pool of people who actually have the ability to do this work, number one, across the country. It's honestly a very limited pool of people. And who also have the administrative ability to manage an agency where there are high expectations of public trust and how you manage public dollars for an organization of this size. You're talking about nearly 100-person organization and a $25 million budget. So that combination of being able to understand and really support the work while also being a strong administrator is a little bit of a unicorn, but we are working on it.
So we've talked a lot about in the last couple of years about a merger between Ones and Cure the Streets.
Yes.
And I know that what's gone on in the last couple of months makes the timeline for that perhaps seem a little bit difficult. But where are we on this idea? Is this something that the executive is still open to? Is that something that we can work towards as we are updating the grant management process and all these guidelines and implementing some of the recommendations of their internal review? Isn't this now an especially ripe time to say, hey, we have these two programs, we're gonna merge them and make sure that we have the consistency that we're all talking about fighting for?
Yeah, I don't think our timeline is altered on all of that because we really are focused on the work, and the impropriety or indictment of individuals for wrongdoing doesn't change the fact, nor does it taint the entirety of violence intervention work. It's something we still believe in, and we still believe that we will get the best results when we have coordination and cooperation, which we have at some level. Certainly VIs from CURE, we had a meeting not long ago where they were next door with one's VIs because everybody really wants to drive down gun violence. And you saw at the NARC, right? Like Del McFadden, who was the executive director of ONES, is now leading their a portion of their VI as program manager. So there is cooperation, and we still continue to be interested in assuring that there's alignment, because at the end of the day, I don't think anyone disagrees that what will lead us to continuing to drive down gun violence is a unified model. So we look forward to working with you, with OAG, who we continue to work with on really how to get us there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Do you all have anything else you'd like to add that we didn't have a chance to talk about today?
No, I always add at the end, I say this, a lot of staff came in, and these hearings matter a lot to staff. They watch. And we want them to know it has been a difficult time for them. It has been a difficult time for the VIs and to the organizations that are doing the work, and a feeling of trepidation. We're committed to you. We appreciate the work that's being done, and we're going to continue to work together to figure it out because it's important to our city, and you're important to us. So that's what I would say. So we appreciate your continued partnership and in getting it right. Thank you to Director Sneed for leading through a challenging period of time, and the rest of the team.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all very much. I really appreciate you being here and your focus. I'm enthusiastic about some of these changes that are happening in the infrastructure that you're building up. I say this a lot, but I think it's extremely important in this context to remember, with a lot of different perspectives on this topic, that we are all on the same team here. It behooves every person in this city to drive down violence and to make sure we are focused on preventing violence before it happens. That should not be a question in anyone's mind, that is everybody's goal. And we're going to continue working to make sure that ONES has what you all need to be the most effective and successful you can in that mission. I'm glad we had a chance to talk a little bit today about the grant management process, site selection process, making sure that CBOs are adhering to that, and what we can do to better support our CBOs who are doing this really, really difficult work. So I appreciate your partnership in that. I appreciate everybody who testified today, and we will be re-reviewing all of your testimony to make sure we can build that into our process as we move forward. We're going to be having another hearing on ONES later in the fall to talk about kind of what comes next. And I think it will be a good opportunity because there'll be a little bit of time between now and then to implement some of what we're talking about are the goals for the fall. So appreciate you all. Thank you for everyone who's participated. With that, the time is 5:30 p.m.